now tonight changes into something red. Her mother doesn't like that kind of dress. Everything she never had. Now tonight she's showing changes into something red. Her mother does driving kind of fast. Everything she's breaking through her hair tonight. She's heading for something that she won't forget. Having no regrets, all the fast. Everything she's breaking through her hair tonight. She's heading for something that she won't get. Having no regrets, all the fast. That I've been thinking about lately. She's heading for something. Does it ever dry? Just how fast that I've been thinking about everything. Does it ever dry? Just how fast that I've been thinking about everything. Does it ever dry? Just how fast that I've been thinking about everything. Does it ever dry?
Testing, testing, testing. Testing, testing. Testing. Hello, testing, testing. Hello, testing, testing.
Hello?
Hello, testing, testing.
Hello?
Hello,
Excuse me. Is my voice is clear?
testing.
Hello?
Hello,
Is my voice is clear?
testing.
Hello?
Hello,
Is my voice is clear?
testing.
Hello?
Hello,
Is my voice
Testing. Breakfast testing, breakfast testing, tea testing, mic testing, testing. Hello, hello.
Hello, good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, is
Okay.
my voice clear?
Hello, hello.
Hello. Hello, excuse me.
Yeah, please wait for a while.
Okay.
Thank you.
Um, Hello, can I start?
Please wait. We will let you know, right? Please wait.
Okay.
A very pleasant morning to all of you. And we know that we are only from the School of Social Sciences, Arts and Humanities lecturers present here. So a warm greetings to all of you and a very important congratulatory note to be extended to each one of us for yesterday's day one conference. We had a very successful beginning. We had the High Commissioner of Nigeria who has come as keynote speaker along with Professor Ravichandra Murthy. And it was honored by the presence of our Pro Vice Chancellor, our Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic, and also from our COO, the Dato, Professor Yusuf. So we were graced by the occasion of many students who had come from Indonesia. I had a special MOU signed from us for the upcoming conferences as well. And also we had students from Sri Lanka, we had students from China, we had students from Saudi Arabia, and also students from India. So with that, the day one conference was highly recommended as one of the a good start to begin with of Asia Rising as our second conference 2026. And we are looking forward to day two, and we have almost close to 47 students joining us online today. And this program is to begin by a national anthem and also a short video on Asia Rising. After that, the plenary session starts as per the schedule given. I also wish to note that the day two will also come to a very high close ending, and we will look forward to many more future collaborations as well. And thank you for each and everyone's participation, and welcome to all students who are joining us online. And I know there is a time difference. So it's 9 a.m. Malaysia time, meaning that it is almost 2 to 2.5 hours early in countries like Sri Lanka, in countries like India. So I know it's early for you, but still we have to go by the schedule. And thanks for joining. So after the national anthem, we will start the plenary session. Thank you so much. We'll have a short montage about the Asia Rising theme. We need to play the montage.
Mine. You mean the PowerPoint? I will start.
No, please wait.
Okay.
All right. Good morning. Good morning, Miss Arwa. Can you hear us?
Yeah, good morning.
All right. You'll be given 8 minutes for presentation. All right. And
Yeah,
two
I'll
minutes
try
for
this.
the Q&A session. Am I clear?
Okay. Yeah, okay.
Right. So you can proceed.
I will start.
Yes, you can start.
Okay, good morning, everyone, and thank you for being here today. My name is Zarwa Roedi, and today I'm going to present our work entitled Neuroplasticity Informed Simulation Training in Disaster and Emergency Care. This work focuses on how simulation-based training can support adaptive performance in disaster and emergency settings. In particular, we focused on 4 areas: cognitive flexibility, stress regulation, clinical decision-making, and team communication. This work is presented as an integrative review. The main idea is to understand not only whether simulation works, but also which elements of simulation design may help learners perform better under pressure. So before discussing the review, I would like to briefly explain why this topic is important. Disaster and emergency care is very different from routine clinical care. Healthcare professionals often need to make rapid decisions while dealing with uncertainty, incomplete information, changing priorities, and high stress. Under these conditions, cognitive...
Excuse me, Miss. Sorry, can you on your video cam?
I didn't prepare for the video.
Come again?
I didn't prepare for the video.
It's a video conferencing. We cannot have your just a blank name and you're presenting. This is not a voice conferencing. This is a video conferencing.
Can you give me 3 minutes?
Yes, I'll give
We'll
you
come
3
back.
minutes.
Okay.
Please come
Okay.
back.
Indeed. Sorry for that.
Okay, are you ready?
Okay, I'm ready. Okay. Um, so before discussing the review, I would like to briefly explain why this topic is important. Disaster and emergency care is very different from routine clinical care. Healthcare professionals often need to make rapid decisions while dealing with uncertainty, incomplete information, changing priority, and high stress. Under these conditions, cognitive overload and acute stress can affect clinical decision-making, situation judgment, and team communication. This is why simulation-based training is an important educational strategy in disaster and emergency care. Simulation allows healthcare professionals to practice high-risk and complex situations in a controlled environment without putting real patients at unnecessary risk. However, the key question is not simply whether we use simulation. The important question is how should simulation be designed to support learning and performance under pressure. From a neuroplasticity informed perspective, learning is supported by experience and repeated practice. Therefore, simulation features such as repetition, task specificity, graded challenges, timely feedback, structured debriefing, salience, and controlled stress exposure may be particularly important. However, these elements haven't been clearly synthesized across the disaster and emergency literature. So the gap is not simply a lack of simulation. The gap is understanding how simulation design may influence adaptive performance. Based on this gap, we developed the following aim and review focus. The main aim of this review is to synthesize empirical and conceptual evidence on neuroplasticity-informed simulation training in disaster and emergency care. In other words, we want to understand how simulation may support adaptive learning when healthcare professionals work under stress. There are several areas we want to examine. First, how simulation can support adaptive learning under stress. Second, the relationship between specific simulation design features and neurocognitive or team-based outcomes. Our review focuses on four main outcome domains. The first is cognitive flexibility, the ability of to adapt thinking and behavior when the situation changes. The second is stress regulation, because excessive stress can interfere with judgment and performance. The third is clinical decision-making, performance, and accuracy, which is especially important in time-critical emergencies. And the fourth is team communication and teamwork, because disaster response require coordinated team performance. Finally, we want to identify how different simulation components may influence these outcomes across different emergency care contexts. For this reason, the review is designed as an integrative review protocol, allowing us to consider evidence from different study design and prescriptive. Now I will move to how we plan to conduct the review, which studies were considered eligible. For the methodology approach, we used an integrative review design. We choose this approach because the literature is in this area is heterogeneous. We expect to find qualitative, quantitative, and mixed methods studies, as well as different simulation types and learner population. An integrative approach allows these different forms of evidence to be brought together within a common conceptual framework. We also plan to use a backwards and forwards citation tracking to improve the competence of the research. In terms of eligibility, we focused on simulation-based training in disaster, mass casualty, emergency, pre-hospital, or critical care settings. The studies needed to report at least one of our target outcomes: cognitive flexibility, stress regulation, clinical decision-making, or team communication and teamwork. We also aim to include different type designs and professional groups, including nurses, physicians, paramedics, students, residents, and interprofessional teams. The core database shown here are Midline, Scopus, Web Science, and BSY CIN of NFO. After identifying eligible study, the next step was to extract the relevant information and assess the methodological quality of the evidence. Once the studies meet the eligibility criteria, the next step is systematically data extraction and quality appraisal. The review process involved two reviewers who independently screen the records and extract the data. This helps to reduce risk of selection or interpretation being influenced by one reviewer only. We also assess methodological quality using tools appropriate for each study design. Important, the data we extract are not limited to the final outcomes. We also want to understand how the simulation was designed. For example, we look at the simulation modality and fidelity, how stress was introduced or managed, the structure of debriefing and feedback, the learning dose, including frequency and duration, and contextual factors such as learner experience, team composition, and setting. This is important because our question is not simply whether a simulation intervention produce an improvement. We want to know which component of the intervention may be associated with that improvement. By extracting these elements systematically, we can compare studies that may look different but may share similar learning mechanism. The expected contribution of this work is to move from simply asking whether simulation is effective to asking how simulation should be designed to support adaptive performance. First, we aim to develop a model linking simulation component with neurocognitive and team outcomes. Second, we hope to clarify how neuroplasticity-informed design can enhance learning and performance in emergency settings. Third, the review will help identify gaps in evidence across different settings, learners, and outcomes. Fourth, we aim to provide a practical recommendation for disaster and emergency simulation design. Finally, we hope this work can support future educational research and practice, especially in emergency and disaster nursing. Overall, our goal is not simply to provide more simulation training. Our goal is to understand how simulation can be designed to help healthcare professionals think, adapt, communicate, and make safer decisions when the pressure is highest. Thank you very much for your attention. I will be happy to take any question.
Okay, thank you so much for sharing your work with us. I saw one word in your actually title, cognitive flexibility. Can you tell me what is the meaning of the cognitive flexibility here in your research? Cognitive flexibility.
What's the meaning of my title?
What do you mean by cognitive flexibility?
Ability to actually explain it. The ability to
Actually, is
ability
it
to adapt thinking and behavior when the situation changes, like under stress. So they
exactly?
can adapt.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a very important actually, especially for nurses, right? Is a very important ability.
Yeah, for the emergency healthcare worker.
And may I know what is your actually contribution of your study? The
The
contribution, yes.
How the how the simulation designed to support adaptive performance. This is my contribution.
For example, for your research result, okay, who will be benefit from your research result?
Actually, they can take it for education, especially for emergency and disaster nursing.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank
You're
you.
welcome. You're welcome.
Right. Arwa, I just like to give a comment. Nothing about the topic, all right? Okay.
Okay.
In your presentation slides, it's appeared to be have a name of a different conferences, right? Okay. If you can open your slide. Oh, there's some. Right. Okay. Yes. Okay. You see, fourth international conference on I think
This one.
disaster management and human health risk. This is not our conference name. All right. Okay. For future
Sorry.
references, you cannot have this in a presenting another conference, right? Okay.
Sorry, my bad.
So please take note of this. All right. All
Okay,
right.
I will correct
Thank you
it.
so
Okay.
much. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
If you are a student at Lincoln University College, you must use the Lincoln University presentation template. All right. Or at least have Lincoln University logo on your slides. All right.
Okay. Okay, I will.
Okay. It's okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Okay, let's move on to the next presenter. Patrina Anusha, right? Can you hear me, Anusha?
Yes, doctor. Can I hear?
Okay. So the topic is marital emotional attachment and depression among women in Sri Lanka. Okay. You have 7 minutes to share your work with us. And 2 minutes for Q&R. Okay, you can start.
Okay, doctor. Can I share my presentation?
Yes, you can start.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm Manusha Patirana, a PhD student at Lincoln University College, Malaysia. Today, I am presenting my review on marital emotional attachment and depression among women in Sri Lanka. The main focus is on how the quality of the marital emotional relationship may influence women's psychological well-being and how demographic and social factors may also contribute to depression. Now I like to move in my research review background. Depression is a major mental health problem worldwide. Women generally experience higher levels of depressive symptoms than men. More married women, the marital relationship can be important, secure emotional support and security. However, marriage is not always protective. Uh, Supportive and emotionally close relationship may improve well-being, while conflict, poor communication, and emotional disconnection may increase depressive symptoms. In Sri Lanka, these issues are also influenced by family responsibilities, cultural expectation, and gender roles. Now I like to move another next slide. Um, uh, the purpose of this review was examine to relationship between marital emotional attachment and depression among women. The review focused on existing literature and considered both international and Sri Lankan evidences. Several focus were examined, including age, education, employment, socioeconomic status, family structure, and marital relationship quality. The main aim was to identify important findings as well as gaps in existing research. I like to move in next slide. The review showed that depression is influenced by several factors rather than one factor alone. Age and life stage changes can affect women's psychological well-being. Economic difficulties can increase stress. Education and employment may provide greater independence, although work and family responsibilities can also create additional pressure. Family family structure and social support can either protect women or increase stress. And most importantly, these factors interact with the quality of the marital relationship. Now I move in interaction on factors affecting depression. One important message from the review is that these factors are connected. For example, financial difficulties can create stress within a family. If emotional support from the husband is strong, the women may cope better with this stress. But when there is conflict or emotional disconnection, the same stress may contribute more strongly to depressive symptoms. Therefore, women's mental health needs to be understood from integrated perspective. So I like to move key findings of my research review. Four important findings were identified. First, a secure marital attachment is generally associated with better psychological well-being. Second one, emotional disconnection can increase vulnerability to depression. And third, marital conflict and poor communication are important risk factors. And fourth, self-esteem and social support can act as protective factors. So the important point is that relationship quality may be more important than simply being married. So I like to move in my research gaps. Several research gaps were identified. There is still limited Sri Lankan research, especially examine marital emotional attachment and depression. Many previous studies have examined demographic or marital factors separately. More research is needed to understand how these factors work together. Future studies should include women from different age groups, socioeconomic backgrounds, and region of Sri Lanka. Mixed method and longitudinal research would also provide a deeper understanding. So I like to move next slide. The Sri Lankan context is particularly important. Women may have responsibilities related to childcare, husbandhood work, employment, and caring for another family members. These responsibilities can become stressful when advocate emotional, financial, or practical support is not available. Cultural expectation may also make it difficult for some women to express relationship problems or seek professional psychological support. Therefore, research and interventions need to be culturally sensitive. And I move in my research conclusion and recommendations. In conclusion, depression among married women is influenced by marital, psychological, demographic, socioeconomic, and cultural factors. The quality of marital attachment within the marriage appears to be particularly important. So based of the review, several areas should be strengthened. These include culturally sensitive marital health interventions, marital counseling, women's economic empowerment, depression screening, and family support. The overall message in this improving women's mental health requires attention not only to the individual women, but also her relationships, family, and wider social environment. These are my research references, and now I like to thank for all of you. Thank you very much to listening for me, and I'm happy to take your questions.
Thank you so much, Anika. Thank you for sharing your work and research with us. You mentioned about marital emotional attachment. May I ask you, what is the sign of the marital emotional attachment? Tell me some sign that's showing that we have this attachment, we have marital emotional attachment. Some sign. How does, it's showing that, for example, we can tell, okay, you have this marital emotional attachment to your partner. Can you understand?
Yes. Sorry, madam. Please, I cannot hear. Sorry, madam.
The sign of marital emotional attachment. Can you tell me what is what is that kind of the attachment? How is showing that, you can say, okay, you have a high or low or whatever.
Yes, madam. Yes, poor husbands, poor marital attachment, poor attention, and poor relationship increase women's depression symptoms, and poor health and poor cultural help also increase we can see increase marital depression symptom.
Mhm. And may I know what is the meaning of the emotional attachment? Emotional attachment. What does it mean?
Yes, especially marital emotional attachment, improving depression symptoms.
Okay, Ms. Anusha, I'll just put in simple
Yes.
words. For example, what will you notice in a woman who has deep emotional attachment in a marriage? What will you notice in a woman? You're
Sorry.
talking about marital emotional attachment, right?
Yes, madam.
So if you are highly emotionally attached to your husband, how can I see it from you? What will you do? How will I know that you have a high emotional attachment towards your husband? How will I know? So what will you do to give an example?
Uh, uh, some women can marital emotional attachment always can doing everything without stress and happy and can concentrate everything properly and relationship also good and economic empower also good because always good relationship can improve good outcomes.
Okay, I think you need to clearly operationalize the definition of strong emotional marital attachment, the meaning of marital attachment. You need to define, as a researcher, you need to conceptualize the understanding of what do you mean by emotional attachment in a marriage. Say, for example, if two people are emotionally attached in a marriage, can they be unhappy in their marriage?
Yes, strong emotional attachment can uh, 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 explore happiness, and that will be uh, everything help to another attachment within
Because sometimes
emotional
you see,
attach.
yeah, sometimes you see when you look at two couple or one couple, you may think they are very attached. But if you literally see their private life, it may not be the same story. Maybe they just show that they are very happy, but we don't know whether they are really happy according to their own private life. For public life, they may be happy, right? So, how do you
Yes.
define? Say, for example, a highly empowered woman may be empowered because of support of husband, or sometimes because of no support of husband, right? So, I think you need to properly uh, operationalize the meaning of the word marital emotional attachment. Okay. And how, if
Okay.
you are defining that word, then you should also define whether it is going to be different from culturally relevant society like Sri Lanka, or is it going to be different culturally from Malaysia or culturally from other countries? You understand what I say?
Yes, madam.
Yeah. So
Yes.
you need to scientifically come out with this derivation, and okay, by through literature review, your own observation, and then you need to come out with a contextual understanding, a conceptual understanding. So you need to say culturally the emotional bonding in Sri Lankan couple is different from a strongly emotional bonding in Malaysian couple. So is culture an important aspect to fix the bond? So all these things you need to operationalize in your research. I think you can take this as your feedback. Huh?
Okay, madam.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you
Okay.
so
Thank
much.
you.
And on actually, the simple things, maybe you can say trust. How much we have trust to each other. if we are far from each other, how much we missing each other, how much we sharing our feeling and thought with each other. It can be sign of the marital, attachment. Okay?
Okay, thank you, madam.
You're welcome.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you so
so
much,
much.
madam.
Thank you for sharing.
Yeah, thank you. We have
Thank you,
another,
madam.
yeah, we have another participant now, Al Dafiri. She will speak us about the impact of developing resources on the success of nurse-led clinics. Is she available? Third participants. You can leave. You
Okay,
can.
okay, thank you.
Do we have the participant Al Dafiri there? We have another participant, Al Humani Abdullah. Is she there? Another participant is Al Zadani. Is she present? Al Harbi. Al Taibi. Another participant, Al Shamari. Savsan Nabil. Another participant, Nandini Kumar. Al Tayabi. Another is Abdul Aziz. Noura. Monira. Monira Usman, you can present, please. Monira Usman. Can you hear me, please? Hello, Monira Usman. Nandini, you are there. Okay, who is ready to present? Prince, please.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. I'm Nandini here. Yeah, I'm here.
Please.
Good morning, sir. You call my name?
Yeah, please. Please open your camera. You can start your topic.
Sir, I am here. You call my name?
Yes. I have called your name. You can present now. Share us your screen also.
Good morning, sir. You call my name?
Yeah, please. Please open your camera. You can start your topic.
Sir, I am here. You call my name?
Yes. I have called your name.
Nandini, Miss Nandini, Miss Nandini, you can open your PowerPoint presentation. You can start sharing in your screen and you can start presenting and we can hear you. Yeah. Nandini,
Hello? Yes, ma'am?
Yeah, you can start
Hello, can
sharing.
you hear me, ma'am?
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you
Yes,
loud and
ma'am.
clear.
Can you hear me, ma'am?
We can hear you loud and clear. We can hear you loud and clear. You can start your presentation.
Okay, okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Hello? Yes, ma'am?
Yeah, you can start sharing. Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you loud and clear.
Can you hear me, ma'am?
We can hear loud and clear. Nandini, I think you have turned on your Zoom in two devices. Can you turn off the device, one device? Nandini, I think you have turned on your Zoom devices.
What, ma'am?
Can you turn off the device, one device?
Okay, I will just switch off that. I connected in the TV. Hello, can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes.
Hello, ma'am?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear, Miss Nandini. Miss Nandini, if it is taking a little longer, can we move on to the next participant? Mr. Prince Boy, can you start sharing your screen? Welcome.
Hello, can you hear me, ma'am?
Mr. Prince?
Ma'am, can you hear me, ma'am?
No. Miss Nandini, can you share the screen?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Some
Yeah.
technique. Yes, ma'am. Is that okay, ma'am?
Whatever you're presenting is okay.
Yeah, it's open, ma'am. My presentation is open. I have shared the screen. Can you able to see my presentation?
Yes, we can. We can.
Okay, ma'am. Good morning, everyone. Can I start my presentation, ma'am? Ma'am, can I start my presentation?
Yes, you can. Please proceed.
Good morning, everyone. First, apologies that I couldn't be able to make it there. So I'm just giving my presentation over here virtually. And my topic is understanding children's stress, causes, impact, and intervention. We can able to do intervention strategies apply on the stress. So first, the impact of parental support and children's stress management. First things, triggers, signs, impact, and helpful strategies which we are using for parents and child's awareness. Stress causes on children health, behavior, and their learning. It will affect their stress mainly affecting their main category of on the children health, behavior, and learning. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you, please.
Yeah. Sorry, the slide is not changing. One second. The cost of the trigger academic pressure, parents expectation, sometimes parents expectation, lacks of school support, and inadequate learning experience, fear of exam, failure is in exam, And then from there sign how we can stress from the children, it will come out as a mood swing. And so social evidence like mood swing like anger, sudden silence, and some school evidence like from the school children focus will be loose, and their grades will be dropping in grades. And sometimes body complaints like physical health issues, tiredness, frequent sickness, and then lack of sleep, it comes in the nightmare. And then triggers bullying and peer from the school children, bullying, teasing, body and body shaming and friendship, screen addiction and school media influence, language and barrier conflicts. And then impact, it will impact the children's on the low confidence and fear based behavior, and high risk of anxiety and depression symptoms, and suicidal thoughts, sometimes social withdrawal, aggression, and emotional shutdown. Based on the literature review 21 to 25, childhood stress and increasing global mental health concern. Academic pressure is a major cause of stress among school age children. Family conflict, bullying, and peer pressure significantly increase stress levels. Excessive screen time and social media negatively affect children's emotional well being. Chronic stress impairs emotional, cognitive, social, and academic development. Early in identification and emotional regulation improve children's coping abilities. And kind of intervention, CBT, mindfulness, play therapy, and school based intervention effectively reduce the kids stress. And then based on research care, most recent studies focus on identifying the cause and impact of childhood stress rather than evaluating comprehensive intervention program. Existing intervention mainly examine single approaches such as CBT, mindfulness, or school-based programs independently. There is limited research on integrated psychotherapy based intervention that combine emotional regulation, coping skills, and resilience training. Few studies have evaluated the long term effectiveness of stress management intervention in children. Research from developing countries, particularly in Asian settings, remains limited. More evidence is needed to develop holistic evidence based stress intervention model for school and age children. And research objective question to identify the major cause of stress among school age children, to examine the emotional, cognitive, social, and physical impacts of childhood stress. They explore evidence based intervention strategies for managing childhood stress, to highlight the role of parents, educators, and mental health professionals in supporting children's emotional well being, to promote awareness of preventive approaches that enhance resilience and healthy childhood development. Theoretical framework, emotional regulation influence children's stress response, support intervention that improve coping skills, psychological resilience framework, resilience protects children from the negative effect of stress, focuses on strengthening adaptive coping and well-being. Stress reactivity and regulation framework explains how biological, psychological, and environmental factors shape children's response to stress, highlights the role of caregivers and supportive environments. Integrated psychotherapy framework combines CBT, mindfulness, play therapy, and family based approaches. Promotes emotional regulations and long term stress management. School based mental health framework emphasizes early identification, prevention, and interventions. Framework the conceptual framework, causes of stress is first mainly academic pressure, family challenges, peer pressure, bullying, digital media exposure, and high expectation. And then childhood stress, which is impact emotional, cognitive, academic, social, behavior, physical, and health. And intervention strategies for supportive parenting, school based support, emotional regulation, healthy lifestyle, psychological therapy. Expected outcomes: reduced stress, improved coping skills, better mental health, stronger resilience, healthy child development. Findings: academic pressure and family related factors are major contributor to childhood stress. Chronic stress impact emotional regulation, cognitive functioning, behavior, and learning outcomes. Children with neurodevelopmental difficulties show increased vulnerability to stress. Psychological intervention, CBT, emotional regulation training, mindfulness, reduce stress and improve coping skills. Parent involvement and school-based support play a significant role in children's resilience. Early identification and timely intervention are essential for healthy emotional development. Conclusion: childhood stress is a growing mental health concern that requires early attention. Academic pressure, family challenges, peer relationships, bullying, and digital media exposure are the primary cause of stress. Prolonged stress negatively affects children's emotional, cognitive, social, academic, and physical development. Early identification and timely intervention can prevent long term psychological difficulties. Supportive parenting, positive school environment, emotional regulation training, healthy lifestyle practices, and professional psychological support are effective in managing childhood stress. Collaboration among parents, educators, mental health professionals, and communities is essential to promote children's resilience, emotional well being, and healthy development. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for presenting this topic. Any question? No questions. Please, thank you. Thank you very much with us. You can.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for having me here.
Okay, you can off the screen. Your presentation completed.
Okay, sir.
We have another participant, Prince. Mr. Prince, please, you can present your topic. Nandini, you can.
Yes, sir.
You can leave the screen, please. Prince, you are off. You are muted, please. You please unmute yourself.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Nandini, please go. Leave the screen.
Stop sharing.
You are muted, Prince.
Okay.
Please unmute here.
I'm sharing my screen.
Yeah, we can hear you. Please proceed.
I can't find my screen. I think it's said prepare sharing still. I don't know. PowerPoint and Kata program. Yeah, my PowerPoint has a Kata program. Can you give me a short minute and then I'll come back, please?
Okay, you can go back.
Thank you very much.
Please leave the screen.
Okay.
Okay.
Second one, please. Okay, my screen is back. Can I still present?
Yeah, please proceed. We can see.
Okay. Good morning, and it's evening here in America and the East Coast. My name is Prince Bio. I'm presenting on the topic of the effect of charcoal production on the physical environment. It's a case study in Bono region of Ghana. This is screen is not rolling. My screen is not moving. I don't know. Okay, so this is the outline of my presentation. Introduction, charcoal is a major livelihood component in developing countries, particularly in Africa, due to the forest reserve. And then charcoal production, the same charcoal production is associated with deforestation, desertification, and loss of food production. And looking at it, about 94% of rural African population and 73% of the urban population I still rely on charcoal production, charcoal as their main source of energy. And then charcoal is also serve as economic activity after the agriculture or apart from the agriculture. Then looking at the charcoal sector employed directly 4,000 employment. That is a 4,000 job. Then charcoal industry has also led to destruction of trees and vegetation cover due to demand and inappropriate technology, especially in Africa. The sector is also weakened due to lack of reliable information and due to the impact and the other associated. That was said by Zuru and Richardson. Stating on the problem, despite the global energy sector trying to improve their other sources of energy, charcoal still remain a dairy energy or energy usage in Africa. And then charcoal production is also a key source of energy since due to its affordability, supply reliability, and availability. Deforestation and environmental degradation due to unsustainable environmental activity are prevalent, leading to increase in temperature, flooding, rising. And the demand for charcoal production is high due to the impoverished or the poor state of the people that can afford the new kind of energy. The purpose of the study is to examine the effect of charcoal production in the physical environment, that is at the case study area, and then to generate community-based evidence on the deforestation, land degradation, and biodiversity linked to the charcoal production. Then to inform the sustainable natural resources management policy intervention in the charcoal sector in Ghana. And then the Kintampo is also noted for this kind of activity. That's why it was selected. Then the research objective to assess the socioeconomic benefit of charcoal production in Kintampo and the municipal area, and then to determine the effect of charcoal production in the physical environment, to assess the existing policies, then to determine the impact of charcoal production on health, food cultivation and plantation farming in the study area, and then to determine the perception and attitude of these people that are engaged in the charcoal production. Research question: what are the socioeconomic benefits of charcoal production on the physical, on the residents and the municipal assembly? How does the charcoal production affect the physical environment at the Kintampo in the Bono East? What are the existing policies and regulation to mitigate or to ensure sustainable charcoal production in the study area? What are the impact of charcoal production on health, food cultivation, and plantation farming? And then what is the perception and attitude of the community towards the charcoal production? That's especially those that are engaged in the charcoal production. The significance of the study is to provide context-specific insight into the socioeconomic and environmental discussion of the charcoal production. Then, to enhance understanding of complex interplay between livelihood and economical environmental stewardship in rural communities. The findings are also expected to contribute to academic discourse to inform evidence-based and policymakers and those that are involved in those that have the interest in the charcoal. And then the study also will be a lesson to the other developing countries that are also facing the same or the similar challenge. Then the literature review, charcoal production convert wood to carbon-rich fuel via pyrolysis. And then in Ghana, charcoal production feed over 60% of urban and about 35% of rural household, derived by affordability and stability. That is also said by Ghana Energy Commission. Economically, a supplement farm income during lean season, or that is the off season during the agriculture, because in Ghana we have the two main seasons, the dry season and that of the rain season. So during the dry season, where the agriculture activity doesn't depend much because we depend on the natural environment, it turn up to into the charcoal production as a sustainable factor. And economically, inefficient modes, earth mode, that is another method, that is 10 to 15% convention drive deforestation, environmental, social erosion, soil erosion, diversity, loss of air and air pollution. Policy framework exists, that is energy, renewable energy. Then the theory, the research is built on this theory, that environmental cuisine curve theory, transitional theory, political ecology theory. The political ecology theory is a theoretical framework that seeks to unveil the relationship between political ecology, economic, social, and environmental and shaping the economic countries. Methodology. There are two methods that are employed. I use a qualitative and quantitative mixed method. So quantitatively, through survey, targeting resident farmers and officials to ensure economic benefit and health effect. Qualitative were also gathered using a semi-structured interview, focus group discussion with some of the house stakeholders, resident health workers, municipal assembly, and environmental protection agency workers, or EPA. The identified gap, policy effectiveness, policy effective, make a soil, if civil society and the international communities are addressing the environmental impact of charcoal production through various intervention, regulatory framework, and governance mechanism. The effective implementation challenges and socioeconomic implementation of this policy measures and evaluate through limited empirical evidence. Climate change impacts, because due to the climate change that is facing the global, and then market mechanism, existing charcoal value chain often overlook the complex integrate between socioeconomic, incentive, market-based mechanism. Results and finding. Environmental impact and degradation. Qualitative interview vividly portray community awareness of environmental degradation linked to charcoal production, citing visible deforestation, loss of natural vegetation, and progressive soil erosion. Health and agriculture effect on charcoal production. Qualitative health data reveal elevated incidence of respiratory illness, eye irritation, and other smoke-related ailments among charcoal producers and users and neighbors. Policy awareness and effective enforcement challenges. Combined quantitative data clearly indicate significant between existence of policy, regulation, but effectiveness is a problem. Qualitative teams confirm income and livelihood gain along deforestation. Continuing on the research results and finding, community perception and awareness for charcoal production. Most of the residents recognize the environmental challenges and health risks associated with charcoal production. Economic impacts constrain their ability to adopt alternative behavior. Integrated implementation and then policy recommendation. The persistent policy enforcement gap and socioeconomic constraint perpetuate this cycle, underscoring the need for comprehensive cross-sectional incentive. Charcoal is an alternative economic activity for the people of Kintempo, helping to alleviate poverty during the dry season. Conclusion. Charcoal is a vital but unstable livelihood. It lifts household income and employment, yet dry deforestation, land degradation, respiratory illness, and food security loss amid weak enforcement of existing regulation. Residents are aware of this risk and open to cleaner alternative of energy, but affordable and accessibility. That is, the residents are aware of the consequence of what the charcoal is doing to the environment or the impact to their health, but because they can't afford the other alternatives of energy sources, and then promotes alternative livelihood, agriculture, agroforestry, climate smart farming, micro enterprise, and vocational training. Strengthen environmental conservation, community-led deforestation, and care. Then recommendation. Ensure public campaign. Education, improve cook stove health screening in high-risk communities. Improve policy enforcement. To build institutional capacity, to combat corruption, involve community in ensure resource management. Facilitates access to clean energy. Subsidies should be given to subsidy on LPG, that liquefied petroleum gas, biogas, and solar support to support private investment. Foster multi-stakeholder collaboration across agriculture, across government, NGOs, and traditional leaders and academia. Development agencies, government bodies, and other NGOs should implement programs such as tree planting campaign to support the Forest Commission and District Assembly. Have the references, and that's the references that I use as shown in the screen. Thank you very much this is the end of my presentation.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Prince, for sharing your research with us. Any question from audience? Yes, no? So as I can see your references, I can suggest you to update your references. Most of your references is very old.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you so much. You can leave the screen. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You can leave the screen.
Let me see.
Stop sharing. Stop sharing your screen.
So look at it. Well, let me leave and come back.
Okay. Okay, next presenter. May I know if Mr. Abdullah Falla is there? Abdullah, can you hear me? Abdullah Falla. These two from the beginning. Okay. Okay, Abdul Aziz, can you hear me? Abdul Aziz. Yeah. Al Harabi Nashi, can you hear me? Video? All of this video? Fahad? Yeah. Huh? Monira, can you hear me? Monira Osman, are you ready to do your presentation? Monira, can you hear me? Nora? Yujan.
Hello, ma'am.
Hello?
My name is Amal Al-Aufi. Can I start it? I'm ready.
Yes, sure. Please share your screen with us.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Amal Al-Aufi, and today I'm blessed to present my systemic review protocol entitled Human Resource Management Practice, Learning Agility and Job Autonomy, and Nurses Performance. This review aimed to explore how human resource management practice are related to.
Can you please turn on your video screen? We want to see your beautiful face.
I'm sorry, because I'm proper place. Is it
Sorry?
okay? I cannot share the camera. Is it okay?
We prefer that you share your camera also.
Because I'm not wearing hijab.
Okay. So do you want any time? 2 minutes, 3 minutes to prepare yourself?
Okay, 1 minute.
Yeah, so. Okay.
This research are formulated.
Amal, are you ready? Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Uh, Okay, so this review aims to explore how human resource practice are related to nurses' performance and the possible roles of learning agility and job autonomy. Human resource management practice can play an important role in improving nurses' performance and the quality of healthcare. However, this relationship may be influenced by factors such as learning agility and job autonomy. Learning agility reflects the ability to learn, adapt, and apply new knowledge, while job autonomy allows nurses to make decisions and use their professional judgment. Therefore, this review will synthesize the existing evidence and identify a gap in the correct literature. The main objective is to maximize the relationship between human resource management practice and nurses' performance. The review will also investigate whether learning agility and job autonomy may help explain this relationship. The main outcome, including nurses' performance, learning agility, and job autonomy. Regarding the methodology, the review will follow the PRISMA-B guideline. Several major databases will be searched, including PubMed, SINA, IMPAS, Scopus, Web Science, and etc. The review will focus on quantitative studies involving practicing nurses in healthcare setting. Two independent reviewers will conduct the screen and assessment process. The review will maximize the relationship between the human resource management practice, learning agility, job autonomy, and nurses' performance. Data will be systematically extracted, and the methodology quality of the including studies will be assessed. A narrative synthesis will be conducted and where appropriate. A random effects meta-analysis will be conducted. Subgroup analysis may also be used to explore the difference across healthcare settings and study characteristics. In conclusion, this systemic review aims to clarify how human resource management practice may contribute to better nurses' performance. It will also explore the potential roles of learning agility and job autonomy and identify the important gap of further research. The finding may provide useful evidence for nursing management, workforce development, and healthcare policy. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much, Amal, for your presentation. Do you know the meaning of the learning eligibility?
Yes.
The meaning of the learning eligibility.
Yes. Any
Yes,
question?
Yeah, I asking already.
Yes.
What's the meaning of the learning eligibility?
The meaning of?
The meaning of learning eligibility. What is the
Okay.
meaning?
Learning agility here means the sorry. It is reflect the ability to learn and adapt and apply new knowledge. This is the learning agility meaning.
Mhm. How you using your old experience, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Any question from audience? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Aman.
Thank you so much.
So let's move on to the next presenter. You can stop sharing your screen. Aman, can you please stop sharing?
I will try to stop.
Okay. If you cannot find, you can leave and then you can back again.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay. So next presenter, Nora, are you there? Anbar Hossein, are you ready? Anbar Hossein, can you hear me? Zizyung, can you hear me? Are you ready for your presentation?
What?
Can you hear me? You can share your screen. You can start your presentation if you are ready.
Hey, let me share the screen.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, you can start. You ready?
Yep. Yeah, I'm trying to share, but the internet is a bit poor.
Okay. Your topic is an analysis of language learning motivation in a Chinese private junior high school.
Yes. Can you see the screen now?
I can see it, the screen.
Okay. Wait.
We would like to see your face as well. Okay. We can see the screen.
Okay.
Put your PowerPoint in the full screen. Can you start?
Yeah, wait. It's stuck.
Click the red button. Orange, okay. Click the orange button. Can
I'm
be full
trying.
screen. Okay, no problem. You can start. It's okay.
But I can't shift the PPT. Wait.
If you can read your PPT, it's okay. No need to share in full screen with us. Just start. Okay, if you
Wait.
So if you are not ready, we can move on to the next presenter. Anwar Hussain, okay. Oh. Mm.
And then start speaking. No problem if your PPT is not moving.
只要分享你的 PPT，然后开始说没问题。如果你的 PPT 是不动的，
Oh.
Sorry for the problem, but next one first, please.
So you can present or you cannot?
Sorry. Can I show it next one?
Oh, okay.
I try to adjust
Okay.
it.
Okay. Leave the screen, please.
Okay.
Anwar Hussain, can you hear me? Anwar Hussain, are you ready for your presentation? Monira Osman. Nora, are you there? Abdul Aziz, Abdul Rahman.
Oh.
Al Shamari, can you hear me? Guys, you don't want to present today? Anyone that I... So we can take a break. We will back after 10-15 minutes. I didn't. Yesterday? No? Yesterday? Event. Different event.
I'm Nisham Zafiri, nurse staff in KKGH in حفر الباطن hospital. Master degree in nursing leadership and management. Today, I will discuss the impact of resource development and the success of nursing-led clinic.
Okay, are you ready for your presentation? Are you ready for your presentation? Okay. Okay, let's start again. Miss Monira, can you hear me? If you are ready, you can start your presentation, please. Anbar Hussein, are you ready?
Ma'am, I need some time, few time only.
Okay. Please share your screen with us. Ji Youngzi, you can be next one after Mr. Anwar Hussein if you are ready. Prepare yourself for the next presentation.
PDF reader, PDF viewer.
Hamza Huwa, are you ready?
Hello?
Hamza,
Yes?
are you ready for your presentation?
Yes, I can present.
Okay, so please share your screen with us.
Okay, give me a moment.
Okay. So Anwar Hussein, you can be the next presenter.
But I cannot open my file again and again. Okay, next
Try,
I can be ready.
okay, try to solve your problem. Aiba, you ready?
Yeah.
Okay, we can see your slide.
Yes. Good morning, everyone.
Please turn on your video as well.
Okay, let me do that.
Okay, we can see you. So share your slide.
All right. Can you see the slide?
Yes, yes.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Hawa Mijita Hamza, an MSc by research student in international relations, and my research topic is Africa and the rise of BRICS in a multipolar international order, a case study of Nigeria. So, BRICS is a group of major emerging economies. It originally consisted of Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. The group has since expanded to include additional members. BRICS promotes economies, cooperation, trade, development, finance, and a greater representation of emerging economies in global governance. It is not a military alliance or a common currency bloc. So, slide one. Slide one has to do with the Cold War, post-Cold War unipolarity in increasingly contested. BRICS represents emerging power cooperation. BRICS expansions strengthens global South visibility. Africa faces both opportunities and vulnerability. The key issue is agency, not alignment alone. So the international system is becoming increasingly multipolar with emerging powers such as BRICS, seeking greater influence in global governance. For Africa, this creates opportunities for development finance, trade diversification, and greater diplomatic choices. However, greater partnership does not automatically mean greater independence. African states must be able to use these opportunities without new forms of dependency. Why Nigeria? Nigeria is selected because it is a major African regional power with significant foreign policy ambitions. It also has connections with BRICS. It also has connections with BRICS countries through trade, infrastructure, development, finance, diplomacy, and security. At the same time, Nigeria faces challenges such as institutional weakness, trade imbalances, and domestic insecurity. So this makes Nigeria a useful case for examining both the opportunities and limitation of BRICS engagement. So the third slide, this study focuses on Africa through Nigeria as a single case study, covering the period from 2009 to the present. It examines BRICS multipolarity, South-South cooperation, Nigerian foreign policy, African agencies, strategic autonomy, and global governance, particularly through diplomacy, trade, finance, and infrastructure. Wow. So the literature review focuses on 5 main areas. Number 1, the changing international order and multipolarity, the development and expansion of BRICS, South-South cooperation, Nigeria's foreign policy and relations with BRICS countries, issues of debt, international trade imbalance, and dependency. This area provides the foundation of identifying the research gap. Preliminary literature review, research program.
Okay, you can skip the literature review. No need.
Okay, so the research problem, or rather research gap. So the research problem is not simply whether BRICS is rising or whether Nigeria should engage BRICS more deeply. The problem is, however, is Nigeria can use BRICS-related opportunities to strengthen the strategic autonomy while avoiding new forms of dependency. BRICS may give Nigeria additional partners, finance, markets, and diplomatic reforms. And but these opportunities can be limited by domestic capacity, policy coherence, trade structure, debt management, and institutional strength. The proposal therefore treats Nigeria's BRICS engagement as a strategic tension. Multipolarity expands the range of choices, but it does not guarantee better outcome for African states. So the main research questions guiding the study is: how does Nigeria's engagement with BRICS reflect Africa's set for strategic autonomy in an emerging multipolar international order? The specific research questions are: one, how does the rise and expansion of BRICS and multipolar order? Number two, how does the South-South cooperation shapes BRICS engagement with Africa, and what opportunities and limitations does this create for African states? Number three, how does Nigeria's engagement with BRICS and BRICS member states in relation to policy, trade, development, finance, infrastructure, and global reform? What does Nigeria's engagement with BRICS reveal about African agencies, strategic autonomy, and vulnerability within the emerging multipolar order? The global objective of this study is to analyze how Nigeria's engagement with BRICS reflects Africa's search for strategic autonomy in an emerging multipolar international order. The specific objectives are to analyze the relationships between the rise and expansion of BRICS and the emergence of a multipolar international order. Two, to examine the role of South-South cooperation in shaping BRICS engagement with Africa, with particular reference to Nigeria. To evaluate the opportunities and constraints arising from Nigeria's engagement with BRICS in relation to strategic autonomy, development, and global governance. To assess how the Nigerian case can contribute to Africa's agency with emerging multipolar international order. So the gap. The proposed study integrates Nigeria's BRICS multipolar agency in one case study design, empirical gap, contextual gap, and an analytical gap. The gap is not that there is no literature on BRICS. Africa and Nigeria are multipolarity. The gap is that these areas are often treated separately. BRICS studies often focus on global finance, institutional reform, or emerging power, while Nigeria-focused studies often examine foreign policy, regional leadership, or bilateral relations. Fewer studies use Nigeria to explain what BRICS rise means for African agencies in a multipolar order. The literature also separates economics questions, such as trade finance, from political strategic questions. So the theoretical framework is the changing international order, multipolar theory, changing power distribution, rise and expansion of BRICS, strategic options for states, BRICS, Africa engagement, South-South cooperation theory, development cooperation, global South partnership, alternative institutional relationship, Nigeria case study, strategic autonomy, Nigerian African agency and development opportunities and vulnerability slash risk, dependency risk. So the formal theory.
Hannah, can you please skip this theoretical framework and move to your findings? Findings and conclusion.
Okay.
Okay.
So the expected contribution. The expected contribution is to provide an integrated Nigeria-centered analysis of BRICS and multipolarity. The study contributes to international relations by treating African agencies as conditional rather than automatic. It examines how external opportunities created by BRICS interacts with domestic capacity, policy coherence, economic structure, and regional leadership. It also connects economic issues such as trade, finance, and infrastructure with strategic issues such as autonomy, bargaining power, and global governance participation. This contribution is therefore not a claim that BRICS is good or bad for Nigeria, but a framework for analyzing how opportunity and vulnerability operate together. So in conclusion, BRICS reflects movements towards a more multipolar international order. Nigeria provides a strategic, important African case. The study examines whether new opportunities strengthens autonomy or reproductive vulnerability. So to conclude, this proposal examines Nigeria's engagements with BRICS as a way to understand Africa's agency in a changing international order. BRICS is important because it represents a visible challenge to Western-centered global governance and offers developing states alternative forms of partnerships. Nigeria is most important because it combines regional ambition, diplomatic significance, and extensive BRICS-related links with domestic and institutional constraints. The study therefore asks whether multipolarity expands Nigeria's strategic autonomy or reproduces vulnerability in new forms. The proposed qualitative case study design is intended to answer the question through careful documentary and thematic analysis. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing your research with us. May I ask one question? Why did you choose this topic for your research?
I chose it because it's actually very important with the way the global economy is moving now.
That's all?
Also have a question.
Okay.
I have a question.
Yes, please go ahead.
Thanks for the presentation. It's a very nice topic, but it's look very broad. Per your literature review, is BRICS about common currency or just for trade? Because what I read was that I just want you to convince me. The BRICS initiative was to reduce or to do away with dollar using as one currency to buy oil from the world market.
Yeah, it is for trade and payments and also currency. So for trade, BRICS currencies encouraging using their own national currencies for trade with one another rather than always using the US dollar.
Okay.
Yes.
Then to back up with my question, do you see as is it sustainable, or do you see any future with
Yes, I think it is sustainable. I would like to believe so because it's going to reduce, for me, I feel like it's going to reduce the dependency of the use of the dollar. You know how controlling it can be and all. So I feel like everyone would benefit with some independence from the US dollar.
Okay. Thank you very
Yes.
much.
You're welcome.
Okay. Thank you so much, Hawa, for your presentation. You
You're
can
welcome.
okay, you can leave the screen.
All right.
So we have another participant, Anwar Hussain. Anwar Hussain, are you ready? Anwar Hussain, we are listening you, please.
Yeah.
Please share your PPT.
Yes, I'm listening you.
Please wait 2 minutes. Anwar Hussain, please wait 2 minutes.
Hello, are you listening me?
Yes. Can you please wait for a second? Can you please switch off your camera? Switch off.
Oh, switch off camera.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
For a moment. Wait, please.
Now okay?
Yeah, okay. Wait, please.
Okay. May I start?
No. I will let you know. Okay, wait.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
بدي قلت فكر والا سيدا دلري نوالا كنا هل دلري نوالا سيدا بورت فكرة أشياء غساتة زي نوالا sorry for language disturbance. Thank you.
Okay.
دركم نمر ما استجن لك قولي.
Okay, Amar Hussein, now you can share your screen with us. Share your PPT. Can you hear me?
Okay.
Okay.
Are you watching me?
Yes, we can see you.
Okay.
Share your screen. Share your PPT.
Hello.
Yes, we are hearing you and we can see you, but we cannot see your PPT yet. Your slide.
Oh. Okay. I sent my PPT.
I know, but you have to share. You have to share through your WhatsApp or phone or anything. Share your screen with us and share your PPT.
Okay. Now can I send AO of Maximum?
You cannot share it through your phone, or I believe that you're using your phone. Yeah, he's using.
Okay.
Wait,
Okay,
please.
okay. I can share.
Okay, can you please send your PPT to Mr. Tyson? Send your
Yes, I sent AO of Maximum.
You send it to you? Okay, wait. So after Mr. Hussein, if Nora can hear me, or Abdul Aziz.
Yes,
Abdul Aziz, who is
I'm
Abdul?
hearing you.
I know. You are waiting. You have to wait, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Now we have your slide with us. Okay. Is it the same? Is correct? Okay, you can start. Yes.
May
You
I
can.
start, ma'am?
Yes. Start your presentation.
Okay. I am MD Anwar Hussain from Bangladesh. I am studying PhD in social science in Lincoln University College of Malaysia. My research title is Local Government and Political Involvement, Evaluating Their Influence on Social Development in Bangladesh. Introduction. Local government is a key institutional mechanism for bringing governance and development closer to citizens. Political participation enables citizens to influence decisions, public priorities, and local development processes. In Bangladesh, local government institutions operate within a complex political and administrative environment. Effective participations might strengthen accountability, responsiveness, inclusion, and community ownership of development. This study examines how local government and political participation influence social development in Bangladesh. Scope of the study: focus: local government, political participation, and social development in Bangladesh. Examines institutional participation citizen engagement, and local decision making. Consider how participation may contribute to inclusive and responsive development. Potential stakeholders, local government bodies, policymakers, civil society, community organizations, and citizens. The study aims to contribute evidence for strengthening participatory and accountability local governance. Literature review. Participatory governance literature links citizen engagement with accountability and responsiveness. Document decentralization literature highlights the importance of local institutions is service delivery and development. Social development research emphasize inclusion, empowerment, equity, and access to public services. Studies of Bangladesh identify political influence, institutional capacity, and citizen-state relations as important governance factors. However, the combined relationship among local government, political participation, and social development requires future contextual investigation. Research gaps limit integrated analysis of local government, political participation, and social development in one analytical framework. Existing studies often examine governance or participation separately rather than their combined influence on social development. More attention is needed to how local institutional practice shape meaningful citizen participation. The Bangladesh context requires closer examination of participation, accountability, and development outcomes at the local level. Research objective questions. Research objective number 1, to examine the role of local government in promoting political participation in Bangladesh. 2, to assess the influence of political participation on social development. 3, to identify institutional and socio-political factors affecting effective participations. Number 4, to explore how local governance can be strengthened to support inclusive social development. Key research questions. How does local government facilitate political participations? How does political participation influence social development? What factors constrain or enable meaningful participation? Theories. Participatory governance theory emphasizes citizen involvement in public decision making and governance. Decentralization theory explains the transfer of authority and responsibilities toward local institutions. Social capital preservative perspective. Social capital perspective highlights trust networks and collective action as resource for community development. This perspective
Mr. Hussain, can you
together,
please Can you hear me? Can you
Yeah.
please move to your findings and conclusion, please?
Yeah. Finding.
Thank you.
Yeah. Findings. Stronger local institutional responsibility is expected to
Change your slide,
encourage.
Mr. Hussein. Change your slide.
Yeah.
Change your slide, please. Who will change the slide?
Change my slide.
Tyson or? Okay, continue.
Okay.
Where is Tyson?
Okay. Thank you. Higher levels of informed and inclusive participations are expected to support better social development outcomes. Political and institutional constraints were reduce the effectiveness of participation. Accountability, transparency, and citizen engagement are expected to strengthen the local governance development relationship. The study is expected to identify practical areas for improving participatory local governance in Bangladesh. Note, these are expected findings based on the proposed research framework, not completed empirical results. Conclusion. Local government can provide an important institutional platform for citizen participation and social development. Political participation is potentially a key mechanism through which citizens influence local priorities and public outcomes. Strengthening accountability, responsiveness, inclusion, and local institutional capacity may improve the contribution of local governance to social development. The study seeks to provide evidence-based recommendation for more participatory and inclusive local governance in Bangladesh. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Hussein. Any question from audience? Any question? Okay, thanks for sharing. You can leave the screen. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Okay, let's move on to the next presenter. Abdul Aziz Nourahu. Mm. Okay. Okay, who will be ready for the next presentation? Monira Osman, can you hear me? Ri Yungjing,
Yeah.
did you solve your problem? Can you share the PPT? Okay. Share your slide, please.
Okay. Can you see the screen slides?
No. No, not yet. Okay, we can see now.
Okay. So Okay, good morning, distinguished examiners and researchers. Today I'm going to present my research titled Analysis of Language Learning Motivation in a Chinese Private Junior High School. Okay, today's presentation will be divided into, into these 6 parts. Wait. Okay, the first one is the introduction. As motivation is the cornerstone of successful second language acquisition, which directly influence learners' attitudes, efforts, investment, and academic performance. Then in China's exam-oriented education system, instrumental motivation often overshadows intrinsic interest, leading to disengagement post-exams. So this research is trying to bridge the gap between global motivation theories and local pedagogical practice. Then about the research questions here, I just solved these 2 questions. The first one, what are the primary in-school and family-related factors that shape English learning motivation among students in private junior high school? And the second one, what specific actionable strategies can educators implement to effectively ignite and maintain sustainable motivation in their English language classrooms? This study is based on 4 theories. The first one is Gardner's integrative and instrumental motivation. This theory it can be divided has 2 important theories. The first one, integrative motivation, which means a desire to integrate into the target language community driven by genuine interest in its culture, values, and social interaction with native speakers. And the second one is the instrumental motivation, which means they're learning for some practical aims, such as career advancement, academic achievement, or meeting specific social requirements. The second theory is the SDT, self-determination theory, proposed by Deci and Ran. It posits that motivation thrives when 3 fundamental needs are met: autonomy, competence, and relatedness. These needs are essential for their psychological growth. And the third theory is the LTO motivational self-system. It has these 3 important items. The first one, ideal L2 self, like they to be, if they want to be a person, they aim to which they want to be. They are just like their ideal future self. The second one is the L2 self, which means the set of language abilities one feels they must possess to meet external expectations, like from family or from the society. The third one, L2 learning is experience. The situational motivation stemming from immediate classroom factors, some like, for example, teacher quality, curriculum design, or peer interactions. And the last theory is the directed motivational currents. This one is simple because most students will study hard, will study harder when they meet an exam. So they will have a high intensity and goal-centric. Then I'd like to introduce the research context. In China, we have some policies to shape the educational system, like the 9-year compulsory education system, and we have several latest policies: vocational educational promotion and a double reduction policy. Then about the research procedure, I adopted the questionnaire and the interviews to get my research data. Then the findings, I find that firstly, on the one hand, the in-school factors, warm, supportive teacher-student bonds enhance the learning outcomes, and we should use the constructivist pedagogy, which means we should use the student-centered teaching method and let the students try to find their own problems and solve it by themselves. Teachers just acted as a facilitator. Then, on the other hand, about the family factors, the students from highly educated families or with overseas experience gain early exposure to English, which cultivates a natural integrative motivation and higher initiative in language learning from childhood. And about the parental expectations, parents often embody students' ideal self. Well-educated parents inspire children to pursue similar academic goals and language proficiency. About their own true self, parental regrets about unfulfilled educational aspirations create strong extrinsic motivators, driving children to meet family expectations and avoid disappointing their parents. Then here I also find some strategies to improve their motivation, like the practical application of material rewards. And for some students with low motivation, we can overuse may marginally reduce intrinsic. We can try to encourage them as more as possible. Then about internal stimulation, we can use the collaborative learning, like do more group works, which help them to build their confidence. Then we also should enhance the homeschool collaboration and talk with their parents about their academic performance, and so that can let their parents also encourage them more at home. Next, the last part is the conclusion, and some strategies I just talk about in the formal part. So we should just combine the school and family and some intentional motivational strategies to help students to study better. Okay, that's the end of my presentation. Thanks for your listening.
Okay, thank you so much for your presentation. Any question from the audience? Any question? Okay, thank you so much. You can leave the screen.
Okay.
Okay, we are going to move to the next presenter. May I know your name, please? Who? Anita Malvi. Okay. Is she there? Your name? Anita? Yes? Who, Hannah?
Yeah, wait, ma'am, I'm coming.
Okay. Are you ready for your presentation?
Shall I present next, ma'am?
Ready? Anbu, no. Anbu, no. Where's the name? Anbu, no. Here. Number? Okay.
Ma'am, shall I present it next?
Okay, so please leave now. Dr. Anita.
Anita is also, ma'am.
Okay. Can you mute, please?
Yeah.
Thank you. So, Dr. Anita, are you ready for your presentation?
She will present after me, ma'am.
After you. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So you can share your slide. Anbu Hana, right? You want to do the first one, right? You are the first one to do the presentation.
Yeah.
Okay, please share your slide.
Okay, ma'am.
Your voice is echo. I think they opened in two devices. Mhm. So are you ready? Can you share your slide?
Ma'am, I'm trying.
Open the Zoom in two devices.
Wait, ma'am. 1 minute. Open பண்ணிட்டேன். Ma'am, shall I start?
Your voice is like you know, your voice become echo here. You open the Zoom in two devices, I believe. Please disconnect the Zoom from one device.
Okay, ma'am. Now is it okay?
Yes, it's okay. You can start.
Okay. Good morning to the respected chairperson, distinguished guests, researchers, faculty members, and dear participants. I am Mrs. P.T. Anbuhanadora, Associate Professor and Head of the Department of French, Holy Cross College, Nagarkoil, Tamil Nadu, India. Today, I'm going to present my research paper entitled Artificial Intelligence as a Teaching Assistant in French Language Classroom for Sustainable Education. In this presentation, I will discuss how artificial intelligence can function as a teaching assistant in French language classroom and how it can contribute to the sustainable and inclusive education, particularly SDG 4. Introduction. Artificial intelligence is transforming higher education, including language education. In French language learning, students are increasingly using AI-based tools such as ChatGPT, DeepL, Duolingo, Quizlet AI, and Google Translate. These tools provide immediate feedback on vocabulary, grammar, and pronunciation. One of the major advantages of AI is that It can provide personalized learning. Students can practice according to their own level, pace, and learning needs. This is particularly relevant to Sustainable Development Goal 4, which focuses on quality, inclusive, and equitable education and lifelong learning. However, my main argument is that AI should not replace the teacher. AI should function as a teacher assistant, supporting teachers and students in learning process. Next, the scope of the study. The study focuses on AI as a teaching assistant rather than simply looking at AI as a technical tool. The study is particularly important because it connects three areas: AI assisted language learning, learner autonomy, and sustainable education. Through AI, students can become more independent learners. They can practice outside the classroom and receive immediate support. AI also helps students to develop digital literacy, which is increasingly important in higher education. The major beneficiaries of this study are students because they get personalized learning support. Next, the teachers because they receive additional assistance in teaching. Next, the curriculum designers, they can integrate AI meaningfully into courses. Then the institution, they can develop AI supported learning environment. Next comes the policy maker. They can formulate responsible AI policies. Then, regarding my literature review, I have taken from UNESCO 2023 and 23. In the context of French language education, AI tools such as Chatbot, DeepL, Duolingo, Quizlet AI can support different language skills. These include vocabulary development, grammar practice, pronunciation, and writing. Therefore, previous research provides a strong foundation for exploring AI assisted French language learning. Regarding the research gap, although there are many studies on artificial intelligence in education, certain research gaps remain. First, the most existing studies focus on English language learning. Secondly, very few studies specifically examine undergraduate French language classroom, that is for UG class. Then the third, limited research looks at AI specifically as a teaching assistant rather than simply as a learning technology. Finally, sustainable education and SDG 4 are not sufficiently integrated into studies of AI assisted French language learning. Therefore, this study attempts to address these gaps by examining AI assisted French language learning in Indian higher education. Next, the objective of the study. First, it aims to examine the role of AI as a teaching assistant in French language classroom. Second, It investigates students' perception of AI. Third, it evaluates whether AI can support development of four important language areas such as vocabulary, grammar, pronunciation, and writing. Fourth, it examines whether AI encourages learner autonomy and engagement. Finally, it assesses how AI assisted learning contributes to sustainable education and SDG 4. Next, regarding the theories that I have used, the study is supported by three theoretical perspectives. Number one, constructivist learning theory. It emphasizes learning through explanation, interaction, and active participation. AI can support this by allowing students to explore language independently and interact with AI-based learning tools. The second theory is technology acceptance model. According to this model, students are more likely to adapt a technology when they perceive it as useful and easy to use. The third is sustainable education framework linked to UN Sustainable Development Goal 4. AI can contribute to quality education, digital literacy, lifelong learning, and inclusive education. Therefore, these three theories provide the foundation for understanding how students learn with AI, why they accept AI, and how AI can contribute to sustainable education. Next one, I have given the conceptual framework. This conceptual framework explains how AI can contribute to French language learning. At the beginning, we have AI tools such as ChatGPT, DeepL, Duolingo, Google Translate, and Quizlet A1. These tools provide learning support in vocabulary, grammar, pronunciation, and writing. They also provide immediate feedback. This support can improve language outcomes such as learner engagement, learner autonomy, French proficiency, and personalized learning. Ultimately, these outcomes contribute to sustainable education through quality education, digital literacy, inclusive learning, and lifelong learning. Therefore, the framework shows progression from AI tools to language learning outcomes and finally sustainable education. Regarding the findings indicate that students generally have positive perception of AI in French language learning. Among the tools considered, ChatGPT and Google Translate are the most frequently used. AI supports several areas of French language learning, particularly vocabulary, grammar, pronunciation, and writing. Another important finding that AI increases learner engagement and confidence and autonomy. Students can consider AI as useful for personalized learning, because they can receive support according to their individual needs. Next, students do not necessarily view AI as a replacement for teachers. Instead, they see AI as something that can complement the teacher. Finally, AI assisted learning has a potential to contribute to SDG 4 through digital and inclusive learning opportunity. Conclusion. To conclude, AI can enhance French language learning. It can also promote learner autonomy. However, the role of the teacher remains essential. AI cannot replace the teacher's role in providing human interaction, guidance, cultural understanding, and emotional support. Therefore, AI should be integrated responsibly and used as a complement to teaching. When implemented responsibly, AI can contribute to sustainable education through digital literacy, inclusive learning, lifelong learning, and therefore supporting SDG 4. My recommendation is, therefore, to adapt AI responsibly in French language classrooms while maintaining certain certain role of the teacher. So, my strong conclusion is the future is not AI replacing teacher. It is teachers and AI working together to create better learning opportunities for students. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof.
Thank
Dora, for
Um,
your very informative presentation. I have only one question. May I ask,
Okay.
what challenges or ethical issue did you face for your research?
Ethical, this is I have that is I used my students for this research.
Mhm.
That is part one, French students.
Okay.
And the digital, sometimes they do not know, some students, they do not know to handle the AI tools.
So
And
one of the
something that we can rely on AI, and we need not rely on teachers. Everything they get from Chat GPT and Google Translate. So I strongly recommend that they cannot rely only on Chat GPT. The teacher is also needed for learning a French language.
Okay, I understand. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any
Thank
question?
you, ma'am.
Any question from audience, please? No. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Bye. Okay, you can leave the screen, please. Okay, Dr. Anita Malbi, are you ready? Okay.
Hello.
Yes, yes. Hi, Doctor. Can you please share your slides?
Hello.
Yes, yes. We can hear
One
you.
second.
We can hear you.
Yeah. Let me share my screen.
Yes, please.
Okay, I am Dr. Anita, Assistant Professor in Chemistry, Holy Cross College, Nagarcoil. Today, my presentation is on the paper entitled Student-Centered Teaching Methodologies for Sustainable Learning. So to introduce my topic, The presentation focuses on how student-centered teaching methodologies can transform students from passive recipients of information into active participants in the learning process. Higher education is moving from teacher-centered instruction towards active learner-centered approach. Student-centered learning positions the students, participants, and they are involved in knowledge construction. It promotes motivation, participation, critical thinking, communication, creativity, and self-directed. Sustainable learning requires learners to learn many competencies that extend beyond content knowledge. The study examines how student-centered methodologies support sustainable learning with SDG 4, that is quality education. The main focus is on the scope of the study goes like this. The undergraduate students and the students under teaching practices in higher education. Methodologies considered are collaborative, project-based, problem-based, experiential and reflective learning. It examines student engagement, learner autonomy, transformable skill development, student perspectives, classroom observations, faculty perspectives. It explores implications for inclusive and equitable education and lifelong learning, and mixed methodologies such as questionnaire for undergraduate students and classroom observation and faculty interviews. So the literature review, or as far as the literature review is concerned, we can say that the Weimar, he emphasizes learner-centered teaching, particularly student responsibility, teacher facilitation, and meaningful assessment. And the Wright highlights active participation and learner responsibility in higher education. Freeman and colleagues, through meta-analysis, found that active learning can improve undergraduates' STEM performance compared with traditional lecturing methods. Pope and Pope explain experiential learning as a process connecting experience, reflection, and conceptual understanding. Research on problem-based learning also indicates its potential to develop critical thinking. Overall, the literature suggests that active and collaborative pedagogies can improve engagement, higher order thinking skills, and transferable competencies. And there exists a kind of research gap between the previous studies and the student-centered learning and literature reviews. First, many studies examine the individual student-centered methods rather than looking at them as an integrated pedagogical approach. Second, the research is limited and it connects student-centered pedagogy with sustainable learning outcomes. The academic achievement is often given greater importance and broader competencies such as creativity, communication, and learner autonomy. Both student and faculty perspectives are not always examined together. Then there is also a need for greater attention to inclusive and equitable learning. Finally, the implementation factors such as faculty development, curriculum flexibility, and institutional support require further considerations. But as far as our college is concerned, this gap has been rectified. And there is an flexibility in our curriculum, and the institution also helps us to take up many pedagogies pertaining to the student-centric learning. And therefore, the research gap has been rectified, or the student-centered learning is very useful, but how student-centered approaches can work together to develop sustainable competencies is an inclusive educational environment. As far as the research objective is concerned, the first objective is to examine the effectiveness of student-centered teaching methodologies in promoting sustainable learning. And we all know sustainable learning is lifelong learning. And the second is to identify their influence on student engagement and classroom participation. The third is to examine their contribution to communication, critical thinking, creativity, and collaboration. The fourth is to investigate the role of project-based, problem-based, collaborative, and experiential learning in developing learner autonomy. The fifth objective is to explore faculty perceptions of student-centered teaching. The study examines the contribution of student-centered learning to inclusive education, and mainly it covers SDG 4, that is quality education. As far as the theories are concerned, there is a theory called constructive learning theory, which states that, or this views the learners as active participants who construct knowledge through their experiences, prior knowledge, and interaction. As far as the social constructivism is concerned, that deals with, excuse me. Experiential learning calls as experienced learning theory with connect, concrete experience, reflection, conceptualization, and applications. And the learner-centered theory that emphasizes learner responsibility, active participation, facilitate teaching, and meaningful assessment. In simple, we can say that the constructivism explains active learning, active knowledge construction, social constructivism explains learning through interaction, and the pole he explains learning through experience and reflection. The learner-centered teaching places responsibility and participation at the center of education. The conceptual framework is based upon the different teaching methodologies such as collaborative learning, project-based learning, experiential learning, and reflective learning. And the student engagement such as motivation, participation, interaction, and ownership. Then competency development, it is correlated to critical thinking, communication skills, creativity, collaboration, and problem solving. As far as sustainable learning is concerned, that is, it develops learner autonomy, lifelong learning, and adaptability. Ultimately, these outcomes contribute to SDG 4, that is quality, equality, inclusion, and relevant skills. In simple terms, student-centered methods lead to greater engagement, and the engagement develops competencies. Competencies support sustainable learning, and sustainable learning contributes to quality education. And the finding goes like this. That indicates that active learning increases student motivation and classroom participation. Collaborative activities support communication skill, peer learning, and teamwork. Project-based and problem-based activities promote critical thinking, creativity, and problem solving. Experiential and reflective activities strengthen students' ability to apply knowledge and reflect on their learning. The student-centered approaches also encourage learner autonomy and self-directed learning. The study indicates a positive contribution to inclusive and equitable learning. Overall, the findings suggest that student-centered methodologies support sustainable learning competencies that are relevant to contemporary social and global challenges. The important finding is that the different methodologies contribute to different competencies, and together they create a more holistic learning experience. These findings have important implications for how we understand teaching and learning in higher education. And to conclude, based on these findings, I would like to draw the following conclusions. Student-centered teaching can transform undergraduate education from passive knowledge reception to active knowledge construction. Collaborative, project-based, experiential, and reflective practices promote engagement and develop transferable competencies. The findings highlight the importance of learner autonomy, critical thinking, communication skills, and lifelong learning for sustainable education. Student-centered pedagogy is closely aligned with SDG 4, particularly through its emphasis on quality, equality, inclusion, relevant skill developments, and lifelong learning. However, a successful implementation requires more than changing classroom activities. It requires faculty development, curriculum innovation, appropriate assessment, and institutional support. And all these are implemented in Holy Cross College, Nagarkoil, India, based upon the support from the management and curriculum innovations and appropriate assessment and student-centered or student-friendly learning. And my final conclusion is, therefore, student-centered pedagogy should be treated as a single classroom technique. It should be considered as institutional teaching philosophy. It is a strong conclusion of the paper. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anita, for sharing your research with us. It was very informative, actually. I have one question. May I ask, what student-centered method are more effective for sustainable learning?
Among these all, ma'am,
Uh-huh. Yes.
in my opinion, collaborative learning will be of more important because it may lead to research findings, and that may lead to research. They can go for research, and further they can get a successful career and become lifelong learners. So in my perspective, collaborative learning is highly appreciated.
Place your
All these
experiment.
pedagogies are very, very important, and all these are needed for sustainable learning. But exclusively, I think collaborative learning can give a better one.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Dr.
I
Anita?
thank the organizers for giving this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anita and Dr. Anbu, who represented Holy Cross College, Nagarkoil.
Yes,
Dr. Anita, I'm Bexy.
Yeah, ma'am. Good morning.
I don't think you're able to. I think you can stop sharing your screen. Yeah.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah.
So thank you very much, ma'am. Bexy,
Thank
ma'am,
you
for
so much.
giving this opportunity.
Yeah,
for
thank
us.
you so much. Yeah, thank you so much. And at the same time, we are also planning for the next year conference in collaboration with Indonesia, the Desan University, and also we are looking forward the collaboration from Holy Cross College, Nagarkoil. At the same time, we are also planning to continue our Jalin program, immersion program next year in August at the same time. So we really wish we can plan out on a successful collaboration learning through conferences, seminars, and also through our tourism activities and projects next in August. So I take this opportunity to thank the management, the sister principal, the secretary of Holy Cross, and also our friends from lecturers from Holy Cross, Dr. Anbu and Dr. Anita, because both of them have become literally the ambassadors to Lincoln University College. And I really wish a meaningful collaboration next year. And we are looking forward, Dr. Anita. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for
For the
participating. Yeah.
opportunity.
Yeah.
Once
Thank you
again,
so
I
much,
thank
Dr.
you,
Yeah.
including the organizers, everyone, and Bexy, ma'am. On behalf of our college, we express our hearty thanks for all
Thank
of
you
you.
so much, Dr. Thank you so much, and wish you all good luck. So the details of our collaboration will be shared by end of September or by first week of October, where we are working on it very shortly. Yeah. Thank you so much, Doctor. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Nazia. Okay.
Hello.
Okay.
Can you hear me,
Hi.
ma'am?
Yes, I can hear you. The next presenter is Miss Nazia Usman. Okay. Can you please, Nazia, can you please share your slides with us?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. She tried to share. Nazia, can you please share your
Yes, ma'am.
PPT?
I'm trying. I'm having an issue here.
Okay, maybe we can proceed with the next presenter until you solve your issue. Do you need some time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
The next presenter would be Al-Hariba Ziad Mala. Al-Hariba. Okay. Can you please share your slide with us? So Nazia, can you
Yes, ma'am.
leave the screen?
Can you see it?
Okay, yes, we can see. Can you please turn on your video as well?
Right.
We would like to see your face.
Yeah, I tried.
Thank you.
Can you see me now?
No.
Hmm?
No.
It's nuts.
We can see only your slides.
I know it's not to work my camera.
Can you turn on your camera?
Hmm? Yeah, I tried, but I don't know why it's not work.
Okay, you can start.
I start. Okay. Can you see? Listen to me clearly, or
Yeah, we can hear your voice. Also, we can see your PPTs.
okay? I will start. I will present my research about Saudi Arabia's international partnerships under Vision 2030. The introduction. So the introduction. Wait. The international system is changing, and countries today are working with different international partners. At the same time, Saudi Arabia is changing through Vision 2030. Vision 2030 is not only about the economy, it also affects Saudi Arabia's international relations. So Saudi Arabia today works with different countries in areas such as trade, investment, technology, and development. This study focus on wait. Yeah, this study focuses on three main areas: political, economic, and law. It also focuses on three countries: the United States, China, and India. The United States is a traditional strategic partner, while China and India are growing partner for Saudi Arabia. The research uses a qualitative approach and mainly studies documents, government reports, agreements, and academic literature. The literature review previous studies have discussed Vision 2030 and Saudi foreign policy in different ways. Some focus on economic development, while others focus on Saudi Arabia's relation with the United States or China or India. So these studies are useful, but they often discuss these areas separately. The gap is this is the main research gap. Previous research often studies politics, economy, and law separately. It also studies Saudi Arabia relationships with each country separately. So my research brings these areas together to understand the bigger picture of Saudi Arabia's international strategy under Vision 2030. The main focus is to understand how Vision 2030 affects Saudi Arabia's international relations. The study also looks at the different roles of the United States, China, and India. The main idea is to understand how Saudi Arabia can work with different international partners at the same time. This study uses complex interdependence theory. The idea is simple. Today, relationships between countries are not only about politics and security. Countries are also connected through trade, investment, technology, and law. This helps explain Saudi Arabia's relations with the United States, China, and India. The findings. This study finds that Vision 2030 has helped Saudi Arabia expand its international partnerships. The United States remains an important partner, while relations with China and India are also growing. The important point is that Saudi Arabia is not replacing one partner with another. Instead, it's working with different countries in different areas. This gives Saudi Arabia more option and more flexibility. To conclude, Saudi Arabia is development a more diverse international strategy and the Vision 2030. It continues its important relationships with the United States while expanding cooperation with China and India. These partnerships support Saudi Arabia's economy, development, and international goals. Overall, this gives Saudi Arabia more flexibility in a changing international system. So I'm done. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you so much for your presentation. Your actually research is more like narrative literature or because as I can see, it didn't have any data or am I right? It's like narrative literature, right? It's like literature review. But anyway, thank you for sharing. Okay, we can move on to the next presenter.
Ma'am, I'm ready.
So, Nazia, can you please turn on your video as well?
This is share screen. Press entire screen. Press that.
Nazia, okay. We can see. So share your slides.
Okay. You can come now.
It should just be press enter.
Wait.
Wait with clicking. Good.
Ma'am, can you see my presentation?
No, we could see, but now we can see.
Can you see it?
Yes, we can see.
Thank you so much. I am sorry I apologize for the problem here that I had it with my PC, so I had to ask for help.
It's
I
okay,
would
no
like to first say my morning, good afternoon to everyone. I'm sorry for the delay. And today, my name is Nazia Osman Kazi, and my
Nadia, we
presentation
cannot see your face. Please turn on your video also.
camera, sure, ma'am.
Camera.
Can you see?
Yeah, can.
Okay.
Okay.
So today I would be talking about the sustainable landfill reform strategy for Malaysia. The focus is to highlight the challenges, the strategies, and what are the concerns that we have at this point in time. And based on our past experiences, and what could be the strategies that can take place that will help Malaysia in having form a policy or form a strategy. So I would start my introduction by highlighting the points that are here. So the first point that I have here is that over 80% of Malaysia municipality solid waste goes directly to landfills, projected to run out of space by 2041. We have also seen that Malaysia generates 39,000 tons of solid waste every day, equivalent to 1.17 kg per person. Mainly, it consists of food waste, which is the largest component, which is 44.5% of household waste, and it poses a major climate threat when buried in landfills, because this is the major concern, the solid waste management. Decomposing organic waste product produces methane, which is, I think, very lethal to the environment, a powerful greenhouse gas that most Malaysian landfill lack a system to capture. Waste sorting is also currently governed by uneven laws in Malaysia, which weakens the enforcement and missing the recycling ecosystem. I have tried to here highlight that anaerobic digestion is a key biological process that transforms organic waste into usable energy and stable byproducts, offering a sustainable alternative to conventional landfill disposal. I would like to further go on to explain what would be the scope of study for this kind of sustainable landfill strategies. First and foremost, it is important that social and cultural reforms are required to strengthen waste transport regulation, improve cross jurisdictions, waste management, and reduce pollution risk for industrial and urban areas. Developing localized waste to energy and AD facilities to reduce transport distance. The AD system, aerobatic digestion is what I'm trying to highlight here. Improving waste logistics, collection points, and recycling centers are very, very important in order to ensure that the problems or the challenges that are faced are they're one of the key factors. State and federal policies are not aligned and decisions are reached slowly. Solid waste management outcomes, that's why suffer the most. I would further like to take on to explain more scope of studies that I think are also very, very important. Evaluating mandatory deposit return schemes, which are the DRS, versus the voluntarily RVM systems, which are the reverse vending machine systems, which I think can be one of the key solutions here. Assessing the feasibility of universal return to retail and cash refund models. They are highly applicable in other countries and are currently working very successfully. I think Malaysia can take that as an example. Assess the lifting of national recycling rates from 33% towards the 40% strategy. 40% target through awareness and industry-led producer responsibility. It's very, very important. Evaluating nationwide separation at source in high-rise housing with doorstep recycling collection through council industry partnership. So these were a few of the scope of studies that I had. The literature review that I would present here explains how Malaysia has 141 active landfills. Only 29% are engineered sanitary sites with leach or gas systems. Food waste mixed with MSW, continued landfill dependencies, that is the solid waste that we talk here about. Again, the anaerobic digestions and composting mainly is pilot scale under low carbon cities inferred from national directions. I think there are more composting should be encouraged, and as well as the anaerobic digestions should be implemented. Malaysia plans 18 waste to energy facilities by 2040, which already has been announced, targeting 600 megawatts output, which is the national strategy at this point in time. Public awareness campaigns are very, very important. The examples I've given is of Hargai Makanan aim to reduce food waste, which is already at this point in time a very good example. So the research gap that we have here is that the circular economy blueprint that Malaysia has already introduced, it is just a blueprint. It isn't something which should be implemented, and Malaysia should take forward. This is a very good and a positive example that they have, and they're trying to implement it by introducing EPRs and zero waste to landfill certification. This is again very good for producers, manufacturers, and that should be implemented, because I think it's the producer's responsibilities, which are also something that Malaysia should have the producers and manufacturers as they should be the ones who should be taking responsibilities of the products that are sold in the market. Lack of strategies, integrated waste management solutions, weak social awareness, and inconsistent separation at source. Encouraging to have separation at source, sorting is very, very important. That's how Malaysia can achieve this at a ground level. Need for legislation supporting municipality waste management. 80 facilities required to capture methane and divert organic waste from landfills. Here are my research objectives and questions that I feel we should be looking to ensure that these problems do not occur. We must assess the extent of landfill dependency in Malaysia and evaluate how organic waste contributes to long-term contamination risk. Examine the potential of anaerobic digestion as a sustainable alternative to conventional landfill disposal for diverting organic waste and reducing methane emission. We must also analyze the policy misalignment that I think is because of state-to-state policies. It should be more centralized, and determine how this affects landfill reform outcomes. We should evaluate difference in fuel cost structures and the influence on public transport energy choices in both regions. Evaluating the effectiveness of current recycling, waste sorting, and public awareness initiative in the meeting. Malaysia's circular economy blueprint is very, very important that this what is the circular economy blueprint currently going on, which has been proposed, should be implemented. Identifying cultural, infrastructural, and behavioral barriers that hinders nationwide adoptions of separation at source. Composting and recycling practices, especially in high-rise housing societies, determine the legislative, financial, and infrastructural requirement for scaling aerobic digestion facilities as part of Malaysia's zero waste to landfill strategies. The methodologies, we have a lot of countries around the world that have very successfully done what has been proposed previously in the previous slides. Germany is one of the leading countries in minimizing the waste by new disposal technologies, increased recycling capacities, strict manufacturers and retailers' responsibilities, strong legislative laws to prohibit untreated municipal waste from entering landfills, cutting methane emission drastically. Spain is also one good example that I would like to use here, which has color coding bin systems methods for sorting. Municipalities have imposed mandatory local waste collections and treatment tax. It is important that we have taxes which are imposed where the consumer as well as the retailers and every individual manufacturers, businesses all implement that. Japan has successfully reduced its per capita waste generation over the last 2 decades. It has waste sorting system, strong recycling laws, and focus on producer responsibilities. Singapore is another good example that I have here, which has waste generation, which has reduced to 20% in 2024 by placing a focus on homes and hawker centers. Nordic countries use a circular economy model, landfill bans, heavy source separation recycling, and advanced waste incineration. I would like to summarize my whole presentation here of what are the important key factors that we must look into at this point in time to implement solid waste into the landfills in Malaysia. So Malaysia's heavy landfill dependency and high organic waste content creates long-term contamination and methane emission risk. Anaerobic digestions and waste to energy offer viable pathway to divert organic waste and reduce landfill burdens. Policy misalignment, weak enforcement, and fragmented recycling ecosystem hinders progress. This research analyzes the landfill dependency, evaluate feasibilities, assess DRS and recycling initiatives, and study cultural infrastructural barriers to separation at source. Again, I would like to highlight that it should be mandatorily imposed, centralized by the government. The solid waste should be sorted from core, from houses to industry. It should be mandatory throughout the country, not state-wise. Every state should not have a different policy. Then I would also like to emphasize here that the project will develop evidence-based recommendations to support Malaysian circular economy blueprints, which is for 2025 to 2035, and advance a zero waste to landfill strategy. Thank you very much for your time, and I apologize for the little delay.
Thank you so much, Ms. Nazia, for your presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any question from the audience? Hold on, please.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Okay. Thank you for the very insightful research on this area. I
Thank you.
think very interesting. And then since our country have a very low legislative support in this kind of area, so
Yes, ma'am.
how actually that we can bring this idea into our policy and we put them into practice? How actually that we can really utilize your idea so that it can be part of our policy and actually we really use that idea to put them into practice.
Ma'am, this should be done. The government should be making these policies. Currently, Malaysia already, as I said, they have a circular economy policy, which is very much aligned to all the points that I've mentioned. But they have only a blueprint right now. If they make it a mandatory policy and take each and every point which is already mentioned in the circular economy for the years that they have mentioned, and instead of having it just as a pilot project, they should do it as that it should be imposed by all states. It should be central. Government should, currently Malaysia has state to state policies and they are not aligned properly. But if these are more imposed or governed by the particular department, which is the waste management department and the solid waste department, if they implement this as a centralized, then we have a very good scope. Because when I was in Malaysia, what I had seen is that they have so much of plastic, they have so much of solid waste, which is just dumped. The infrastructure is very, very bad because of this. And the farming, the agricultural land is also affected. The policy that are already aligned are just used as a blueprint are not good enough. It should be mandatory implemented and put up into legislation.
Yeah, which is I'm totally agree with you. Because actually
Thank
we
you.
have lots of like blueprints. It's just that in terms of like implement it, practice it. So the government has to do their part.
Yes,
All right.
ma'am, because they are already implemented in similar strategies are already implemented in other part of the world, and they are working successfully. At least something will be better than nothing. I think once we start implementing, things can take time, but it will surely work.
All right. Okay, understand. Thank you for your input.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Nazia. So
thank you.
We can proceed for the next. Actually,
Excuse me, ma'am. Excuse me, ma'am. I'm me, Mr. Me, MD Anwar Hussain. May I leave because Jumma Salat time is so near.
can Anwar Hussain, you can leave.
Okay. Thank
No
you, ma'am. And
You're
thank you, everybody.
Okay, you're welcome. Okay, the next presenter can be.
Thank you, ma'am.
Welcome. Mariam Abdullah. Are you
Yes.
there?
Yes,
Mariam? Okay.
actually, I submitted my presentation video. Can you just play it for me?
Okay. Hold on, please.
Okay.
Presentation from Mariam. Is it with you? I know. She's asking from us. Mariam Abdullah. Number 24. Hold on, please. Miss Hannah, did you find it? Okay. Okay, please turn on your camera, Miss Mariam. Now we have your slides with us. Okay. Okay, you can start. Please unmute. You can start your presentation.
So, and you're not gonna play my presentation video?
You mean you sent a video before?
Yeah, because yeah, I have a sore throat. So if you
But,
just can
here,
my voice is not clear, so if you just can play my presentation video that I submitted before.
Let me check if we have video or no, because now we find your slide. I cannot see your video. Doesn't have video, you can.
I submitted to Dr. I believe Tyson.
So, Miss Mariam, actually, we cannot find your video here just now, or maybe we can proceed with the next presenter. Let me check if we can find your video. If you can present now, we can hear.
Okay, but I'm gonna read. But if you just excuse me if my voice is not clear.
No problem. You can just focus on your introduction.
No problem. No problem. I'll read it. Okay, my topic. My name is Miriam from Saudi Arabia. I'm studying PhD in School of Education. So my topic is challenges in applying artificial intelligence tools in adaptive teaching for children in early childhood. The introduction, the importance of the study. In the recent didacts, the world has witnessed a rapid digital revolution leading to the emergence of advanced technologies such as artificial intelligence, which have begun to influence the various aspects of life, most notably the field of education. These technologies have contributed to development of traditional teaching methods, transforming them into smart learning environment capable of interacting with learner and adapting educational content to their individual needs. Among the most prominent of these modern trends is adaptive teaching supported by artificial intelligence, which enable the provision of personalized education that align with learners' abilities and learning pace and interest. These applications are for particular importance in early childhood, a crucial stage in shaping children's cognitive, linguistic, and social development. And here is the next question. What is the challenges face the application of AI in adaptive teaching for the children in early childhood? The study is based on the descriptive analytical method, which is one of the most commonly used methods in educational study that aim to describe and analyze educational phenomena. And the next slide is theoretical dimension of study. Artificial intelligence refers to computer system capable of the stimulation human cognitive ability such as learning, reasoning, problem solving, and decision making. In the educational field, artificial intelligence refers to the use of smart technologies in designing learning environment capable of analyzing learning data and providing educational content tailored to their individual needs, thus as contributing to improving the quality of educational and enhancing the efficiency of educational process. Adaptive learning is a modern educational trend that relies on the use of digital technology to provide learning experience adapted to the individual needs of learners. This educational approach is based on analyzing learner performance during the learning process and then modifying the educational content and the level of learning activity to suit their ability and learning pace. The next slide is artificial intelligence application in early childhood. Intelligent teaching system. These are computer-based systems that provide individualized instruction to students by analyzing their performance and delivering educational content tailored to each learner's level. Adaptive learning system. This system rely on analyzing learner data and adapting educational content to their abilities and learning needs. Learning data analysis. Artificial intelligence techniques are used to analyze educational data to understand learner behavior and improve the design of educational program. Smart educational aids such as educational report and digital assistant that support teachers and students in the learning process. The importance the importance of adaptive instruction in early childhood. One, adaptive instruction is characterized by several features, including one, considering individual differences among learners, providing personalized instruction for each learner, providing immediate feedback, enhancing student motivation to learn. So the next slide, requirement for implementing artificial intelligence in adaptive education. Implementing artificial intelligence in adaptive teaching requires a set of prerequisites, including one, developing digital infrastructure in educational institution, two, training, teaching in the use of smart technologies, three, developing crucial to align with the digital learning, providing technical and technological support to teachers, establishing clear educational protocol for the use of artificial intelligence. The general statistic in the use of artificial intelligence in education, approximately 67% of education institutions worldwide have begun integrating AI tools into educational process. Around 60% of teachers use AI tools in classroom to support teaching and improving learning outcome. Approximately 45% of public school grade K to 12 use AI technologies in personalized or adaptive learning. educational studies indicate that the use of AI based on learning application increase children engagement with the learning by approximately 25%. And this table showed that AI educational games are the most used tool, about 50%, followed by adaptive learning platform at 43. Hello, you're with me, right?
Yes, we are.
Okay, the next slide. Studies indicated clear impact of artificial intelligence technologies on learning. 62% of students using AI tools reported improved understanding of educational concept. 58% of teachers observed improved student grades after using adaptive learning system. 31% of classrooms using adaptive learning experience increased student engagement. The use of AI can lead to an improvement in student performance of up to 20% in single semester. The use of smart application in children education has increased participation and interaction by approximately 25%. 78 of the teachers believe that artificial intelligence can help detect learning difficulties in children early on. And this table showed that AI is widely used in education and help improve student learning and teacher support. Study result. The shift towards smart education has become an educational necessity imposed by a rapid digital transformation witnessed in the contemporary world. The use of artificial intelligence technologies in adaptive teaching process significant potential is support the educational process. Applying these technologies in early childhood faces a range of educational, technical, ethical, and organizational challenges. The most prominent challenges include teacher limit
Hello, Ms. Mariam, can you go directly to the findings?
To the what?
Findings of the research, conclusion and findings. Okay. Hello, Mariam? You are muted. Can you unmute yourself, please?
Yeah.
Yeah.
For the findings.
Okay. Can you say us about your findings in the end, please?
Hold on. The findings show that AI can improve learning, but I think teachers are facing some challenges for more training and more support.
Okay, we got it. Conclusion, any conclusion about your research?
The last slide is a recommendation. Then the need to adopt future-oriented educational vision that seek to integrate artificial intelligence technologies into early childhood education in balanced manner, combining technologies innovation with sound of educational principles. This will contribute to preparing a generation capable of interacting with the demand of the knowledge society and facing the challenges of digital age. This is the conclusion.
Okay. Can you tell me why you have chosen this topic? What is the purpose of your research? Purpose?
My purpose to choose this study because hello?
Yes, we can.
Yeah,
Yes,
I
we
choose
can.
this topic because AI is becoming like an important in education, especially in Saudi Arabia. We have a vision in 2030 that this vision will focus in early childhood. So the early childhood is an important or crucial stage, so we can just develop the learning in early childhood by using AI in adaptive learning or teaching.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you. You can complete, please.
Thank you so much.
Welcome. Please stop share your screen. Okay. So we have another presenter. Aldapiri. Is he available? Shahina Parveen. Shahina Parveen, are you available?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, please. Sir.
Am I audible and visible?
Yes, you are very much audible and visible. Yes, please continue your presentation.
Good afternoon, and thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. I'm Shahina Parveen. I'm from Bangladesh. My research topic, actually the presentation topic is women empowerment and socio-economic barriers in the handloom industry of Bangladesh with the evidence from Bashail Tangail. Introduction. Bangladesh handloom industry preserves the cultural heritage and supports rural employment and local economics, mostly after the agriculture. Women contribute extensively to yarn processing to finishing the product. However, their participation rarely leads to ownership, leadership, entrepreneurship, or decision-making power. Major barriers include gender norms, limited training, restriction on market access, and inadequate financial supports. Scope of the study is defining the extended knowledge to examine whether women's participation in handloom work lead to genuine empowerment, not only the income generation. Benefit of stakeholders will help to government agencies, NGOs, and cooperatives to design more effective trainings, financial support, and market access programs. Larger implications, contributes to SDG 5, gender equality, sustainable rural livelihoods, and women entrepreneurship, supports the sustainability and preservations of Bangladesh traditional handloom industry. Literature review, mostly main findings from Naila Kabir and Amartya Sen. So those are the theoretical also study. Naila Kabir, where main findings are women's empowerment develops through resources, agency, and achievements. Amartya Sen highlights most resources creates empowerment only when individuals can convert them into capabilities, choices, and freedom. Whereas Rahman highlights women in Belkuji's handloom industry mainly perform low-paid supporting work with limited decision-making power. Romi et al. Highlights Tangail's handloom sector that faces financial limitations, weak market access, and power loom competitions. NIPA highlights Bangladesh's handloom sector is declining because of outdated technology, limited finance, weak marketing, and increasing mill productions. Pandey and Arif, they highlights that high production costs, limited credit, and weak technological knowledge reduce handloom productivity. Research gap, there are some limited research which focuses mainly on women handloom artisans in Tangail especially. Previous studies mainly examines employment and economic income rather than agency, ownership, leadership, and decision making. There is a missing integrated framework as well that's showing how these barriers collectively influence women's sustainable empowerment. This study fills the gap by exploring these interconnected barriers and proposing practical empowerment strategies. Research objectives examines how participation in handloom work contributes to women empowerment and identify socioeconomic, cultural, financial, and market-related barriers affecting women's participation and advancement. Research questions how do gender norms and social practices influence women's participation and advancement? How do socioeconomic barriers affect women's empowerment in the handloom industry of Tangail? Some findings, demographic characteristics of the respondents, a total of 70 respondents participated in this study, including 64 in focus group discussion and 4 in key informant interviews. There are 2 case studies in this study. Among those focus group discussion participants, there are 39 were women and 25 were men. Participants ranged from 30 to 60 years of age who are directly involved in the various group of handloom productions. Economic contribution and empowerment findings in the study, the majority of female respondents that they have income that significantly contributed to household expenditures, including food, children's education, healthcare, and daily necessities. And they feel when they give the financial support to the family, they feel pride and confidence of this economic participation. However, financial independence, personal savings capacity, business ownership, leadership participation are very low of them. Financial inclusion and credit accessibility, limited access to financial services for the women as one of the most significant barriers. Respondents reported that it is difficult for them to get institutional loans due to complex procedures, insufficient loan amount, and concerns regarding repayment obligations. So conclusion is the handloom industry supports rural livelihoods and preserves Bangladesh's cultural heritage. Women contribute significantly to production, household income, and economic development. However, women continue to face limited access to finance and production-related resources, gender-based socio-cultural barriers they have. Strengthening women's capabilities will promote gender equality, and improve the sustainability and competitiveness of Bangladesh handloom industry. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Miss Shahina Parveen. Very nicely you presented, very concretely and very clearly. And this may be a general question related to technology, handloom industry, as well as women participation. And can you try to tell me that, like, the past 2-3 years, some kind of political, a kind of unrest, right? And international market also not favorable for Bangladesh textiles and handloom. And in this context, what is the women? Are they coming out, or what is the employment status and other kind of issues are they facing?
Thank you so much. Yes, there is political instability last few years. So that's of course hampering the RMG sector, I mean textile industry and as well as handloom industry. Though a textile industry is covering up with the brands, different brands, and they are the one of the most important economic sources from for our country. But for the handloom sector, that is mostly informal and little bit back because of declining because of production related trainings or technology, that one. So government is trying as well as the institutions like NGOs or other stakeholders, they're trying to do some trainings like capacity building, or and also researchers, academic researchers, they are trying as well to do some projects for the women's empowerment, and as well as the men, all the handloom artisans, for their training facilities, for their technological upgradation. So that's their working.
Very nice. Thank you very much. Yeah, that's all. Yeah, please.
Thank you.
Yeah, yeah, you can off from the screen. Yeah, thank you very
Thank
much.
you. Thank you.
Mr. Amar Agniya, are you ready?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes. Oh, very good to see you after a long time.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah. So,
Okay, so I have actually sent my slides to Tyson before.
okay. So at present, don't you have slide now?
I think so because I sent my slides.
So you can share your slide. Yeah. Slide, you can share also, right? Yeah. Okay, you can share your slides. Yeah.
Oh, I share my slides.
Yeah, you can share your slides.
Hold up. Can you see my slides?
No, we can see you, but not your slide.
How about right now?
Yeah, now we can see your slide, but not you.
Oh.
Yeah, yeah. Now, yes, now it's okay.
Okay.
Yes, you can.
Okay, so I'll present. So without further ado, good afternoon, everyone, distinguished chairperson, respected researchers, lecturers, and also fellow participants. So my name is Amar Akhnia bin Muhammad Taurat, And today I am pleased to present my research entitled Gamified Communication in Digital Marketing, which is the effects on consumer engagement and behavioral intentions among consumers in Kuching, Sarawak. So this study actually examines how gamification, when used as a communication strategy in digital marketing, can influence how consumers engage with brands and also how they respond behaviorally. So my study specifically focuses on consumer in Kuching, Sarawak, my state, providing a local perspective on an area that has received relatively limited empirical attention. So let me begin by explaining why this topic is very important. So for introduction side would be traditionally digital marketing has always been viewed as a form of one-way promotion where brands communicate messages and consumers simply receive them. But however, digital platforms have changed this relationship. So consumers today do not simply want to receive information. Instead, they interact, respond, participate, share content, and sometimes even compete with one another. This is where gamified communication becomes very relevant. And in this study, gamified communication refers to the incorporation of game-like elements into digital marketing communication. And these elements can include rewards and incentives, challenges and competitions, points and progress tracking, feedback, and also interactive experiences. So the important point is that gamification does not simply make marketing more entertaining. It can potentially transform consumers from passive message receivers into active participants in the communication process. So therefore, this study asks an important question like, when consumers interact with gamified digital marketing, does that interaction actually translate into stronger engagement and behavioral intentions? Then that brings me to the scope of this study. So for the scope of the study, is specifically situated in Kuching, Sarawak, Malaysia, one of the states in East Malaysia. And the target population consists of consumers who actively use digital platforms and have experienced gamified digital marketing. And this study considers several digital contexts, including social media, mobile applications, e-commerce platforms, and also online brand campaigns. In terms of variable, gamified communications, or I call it GC, is the independent variable. And the two dependent variables are consumer engagement, or I call it CE, and behavioral intentions, call it BI. And methodologically, this study uses a quantitative study approach, and therefore, rather than examining gamification in general or purely conceptual manner, this research focuses very specifically on consumers who have been exposed only to gamified marketing within digital environments in Kuching. So for literature review, this study focuses on three main concepts, and first is gamified communication. Previous research suggests that game-like elements such as rewards, challenges, achievements, and also social interaction can make digital marketing more interactive and also encourage consumer participation. Second is consumer engagement, the CE. It's not simply about whether a consumer clicks on something. It is a multidimensional concept involving cognitive, emotional, and behavioral responses to brand communications. Lastly is behavioral intentions, where previous research indicates that gamification can influence consumers' purchase-related and future behavioral intentions through enhanced digital experience. And therefore, the literature that provides evidence that gamification can actually be very beneficial. But however, there is still an important question like, do these relationships hold within a specific local communication environment such as Kuching? And then that leads to the research gaps. So based on the literature just now, I identified four research gaps, and the first is geographical gap, where there is a limited empirical evidence focusing specifically on Kuching, Sarawak, and more broadly East Malaysia itself. And the second one is communication gap, where a significant amount of existing gamification research focuses on marketing outcomes. But however, this study actually looks at gamification from a communication perspective, specifically gamified communication as an interactive process between brands and consumers. And the third one is theoretical gap. So many previous studies rely primarily on single theoretical perspective, but this study instead brings together uses and gratifications theory, the UGT, and the theory of planned behavior, TPB, provide a broader explanation of consumer motivation, engagement, and behavioral response. And then finally, the fourth one would be the relationship gap. There is a limited research examining relationship between gamified communication, consumer engagement, and behavioral intentions within the same research framework. And therefore, these gaps provide the justifications for conducting this study in Kuching. As based on the gaps, the central problem addressed by this research is how does gamified digital communication influence consumer responses in a specific local communication context. So existing studies generally indicate positive effects of gamification, but however, these effects may differ actually depending on factors such as the context, the design of the gamification, and also the characteristics of the users. And at the same time, the empirical evidence from Kuching is actually remain limited. And there is also limited integration between communication, consumer engagement, and also behavioral responses. Therefore, this study it argues then that a context-specific empirical investigation is very much needed. In other words, rather than assuming that findings from other countries or other markets automatically apply to Kuching consumers, this study investigates that relationship within the local context itself only. Moving on, to address this problem, this study has 3 research objectives and also 3 corresponding research questions. The first objective is to examine the effect of gamified communication on consumer engagement. Therefore, research question 1 asks, what is the effect of gamified communication on consumer engagement? And then the second objective is to examine the effect of gamified communication on behavioral intentions. And then it also leads to research question number 2. What is the effect of gamified communication on behavioral intentions? And then finally, the RO3, it examines the relationship between consumer engagement and also behavioral intentions. And therefore, the research question 3 is asked, what is the relationship between consumer engagement and also behavioral intentions? So these 3 objectives from the foundation of the empirical analysis. And then moving on to number 8, the theories and conceptual framework. This study is theoretically informed by uses and gratification theory, the UGT, together at the same time with the theory of planned behavior, TPB. The main focus shown in this framework is the UGT explains why consumers choose to engage with media and digital content based on their needs and motivations. In the context of gamified communication, these motivations can include entertainment, interaction, achievement, and also information or gratifications. And then these motivations lead into gamified communication elements, including rewards, challenges, feedback, progress, and also interactive experiences. And then the framework then proposes that these experiences contribute to consumer engagement. The consumer engagement is then represented through 3 dimensions, which are cognitive, emotional, and behavioral engagement. And finally, this engagement it connects to behavioral intentions, which include intentions such as purchase, recommendations, sharing, and also continuance. So in simple terms, the framework can be understood as motivation leads to engagement and engagement contributes to behavioral response. And then this provides the theoretical foundation for examining the relationships tested in this research. Moving to methodology, this study adopts a positivist research philosophy and also a deductive approach. So this research uses a quantitative cross-sectional survey design, and data were collected using a structured, self-administered questionnaire. After the data screening process, the study obtained of 309 valid responses. And then for the data analysis, several statistical techniques were used. First is the descriptive analysis to understand the overall patterns within the data. Second is the Pearson correlation that was used to examine relationships between the variables. Third, the regression analysis that is to examine the effects of gamified communication on the dependent variables. And then finally, hypothesis testing was used to determine whether the proposed relationships were statistically supported. And then now let me move on to finding produced of this important results. The first one is the study found a very high perception of gamified communication with a mean score of 3.96 and a standard deviation of 1.17. This indicates that the respondents generally had a positive perception of gamified communication in digital marketing. And then the second finding concerns the relationship between gamified communication and consumer engagement. Then the regression analysis produced a standardized beta coefficient of 0.986 with R squared 0.907 and p-value of 0.001. Therefore, hypothesis 1 is actually supported. So the R-square value of 0.90972 indicates that the regression models explains a very large proportion of the variance in consumer engagement within the sample. And the third finding concerns of gamified communication and behavioral intentions. And this result shows that the beta 0.982 with R squared 0.964 and p-value of less than 0.001. And so therefore hypothesis 2 was also supported. Again, the R square value indicates a very strong explanatory relationships within the model. And so overall, the findings suggest that the respondents who perceive stronger gamified communication also report stronger communication engagement and stronger behavioral intentions. And these results then provide empirical support for the importance of gamification as a communication strategy in digital marketing. So, as to conclude my presentation today, this study provides 5 main contributions, which is number 1, gamification can be understood as a communication strategy. It can transform digital marketing from passive exposure um, into a more interactive form of participation. Second one is consumer engagement actually matters. Why? Because the respondents demonstrated relatively high perceptions of gamified communication as well as strong engagement responses. And the third, the findings demonstrate that behavioral responses are positively associated with gamified communication. So the significant regression result provides support for the proposed relationship. Number 4 is the theoretical contribution, where this means by bringing together UGT just now and TPP, the study provides an integrated perspective connecting motivation, engagement, and also behavioral response. And finally, the number 5, there is a contextual contribution where this study provides empirical evidence from Kuching Sarawak, which remains relatively under research in this area. And therefore, the broader messages of this research is that the gamification should not only be viewed as a marketing technique or a way of making advertisements more fun. It can also be understood as a communication mechanism that encourages consumers to participate actually and to engage and potentially respond behavior. So for that, I conclude my presentation. Thank you very much everyone for your attention. And I hope this study contributes to a better understanding of how gamified communication can be used to create more interactive digital marketing experiences, particularly within the Malaysian and Kuching context. And I would be very happy to hear comments or suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Amar Agniya. It's very fantastic presentation and very useful your contribution through this research, and very systematically you presented. And just general question, right, related to this context of communication, digital communication, right? And just we would like to know that as communication, when the digitalization started, and when the digital platform actually taken become a bridge to reach out to the consumers, and now in between the digital communication enhanced by using AI technology. In this context, what is the ethical issues or advantage or disadvantages things actually arise?
Um, oh wait, I don't actually get the questions actually, sir.
Yeah, so when we communicate to communication is to reach out to the consumers, right?
Correct,
Consumers are,
yes.
and when the digitalization started, digital platforms taken over as a mediator to source to the end users. Yeah, digital platforms, right?
Yes.
In this context, now the AI has been added to the digital communication.
True.
AI tools, right? So in this
Correct.
context, what is the role of digital communication, and what kind of ethical issues have been arised, and whether it's more advantages or some kind of any disadvantages? What are the ethical issues in this?
Okay, so when we talk about AI, especially in this context of gamified communication,
Yeah.
as consumer, maybe, then the disadvantage would be when we are using these platforms to actually interact. So it actually became very automated, I think, in terms of answering, and also it leads to our behavior whereby we rely so much on um, what how to act actually based on this AI. So because we ask questions through AI of maybe, for example,
Mm.
social media, e-commerce platforms or anything, and then it actually leads you to ask AI, well, what should I do, and how should I react if this happens, or your feeling is no longer valid, I think.
Okay. Yeah, maybe advantage also because it may give a lot of knowledge also through AIs, better choices of information, but at the same time, it may study our psychology, our behavior. Based on that, it may try to inject also some of the information, right? Possible?
Possible.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Nice study. Okay. Yeah, you can log off. Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello, who is next? Who is ready for the next presentation? Bello Tomo.
Yes, I can come in now. Just about to share my screen.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you.
So, can you share your presentation?
Yes, I'm about to do that now. Okay, it's clear, right?
Yes, you can continue, please.
Okay, thank you. Actually, it's morning here where I am. So good morning, good afternoon over there in Malaysia. I'm Engineer Bello Tongo, and I'm going to be speaking about making a connection between SDG 4 and SDG 8, specifically on how quality education can connect and lead to decent work and economic growth. And all of what I'm going to present is drawn from over 5 to 6 years of not just institutional, but practical research, innovation, and development that we've been doing here in Africa, but with multiple institutions, especially universities and also companies within the continent. So to be more, I think, let me go straight into the challenge, or kind of like the question really we wanted to answer in our work, but also in this paper presentation, is that ideally, of course, with every educational level or qualification, it leads to some kind of certification, right? But will certification be enough to connect to the actual life that a student or a graduate is going to practice or live in? And when we look at that life, meaning the livelihood after getting that certificate, we see that there are three aspects of their life. They have a personal life, they have a professional life, and they also have a kind of public life that has to do with the society. So for us, demand and supply have to meet each other, meaning whatever the university or educational institution or system is producing must meet the demand of that graduate's life. And also, of course, the demand of an economy and the demand of society as a whole. So that's why I think for this particular topic, we found it very interesting. And hopefully, I think I'll show some of our findings and some of our practice that we've identified. So to go through the more details of the presentation, of course, I'll speak more about the problem and then what we examined, how we used also the evidence of our research, especially from a case study with one of the universities here. Maybe that can also be useful and practical for universities there, or the Lincoln University College in Malaysia. And then also potentially any other ways that we can offer insights into the work that you do as well. So for the two SDGs, in particular SDG 4 and SDG 8, what we have learned is that, of course, the world of work is actually two. So first, as the student or the individual being a student, whatever path that they end up in after graduation is always one of two. Or sometimes we find a case of two pathways, actually. One is the path of employment. So basically going to get a job. And then the second path is the path of entrepreneurship. So going to run a business. In certain cases, of course, some have a combination of these two paths. So it's important that when we are addressing decent work and economic growth, that graduate is prepared practically to apply whatever that they have learned into these two paths or a combination of the two. And then by extension, of course, it needs to impact society or the economy that they exist in, whether it's Malaysia, whether it's Africa, or any other place that the institution is located. And if you notice also, most educational agenda of countries or nations are generally tied to their economy. How does education produce what the economy requires? So as I said earlier, it's not just, of course, about entrepreneurship. So this is not just all about startups, even though for us, the model that we use is called entrepreneurial thinking model. As you notice, I'm not saying entrepreneurship thinking model. So the idea behind the entrepreneurial thinking model, which we have found, is that we find employers actually seeking for a new type of talent, a new type of graduate class that are thinking entrepreneurially, meaning they want graduates that are thinking like them, like the business owners or like the company owners. long are past the days where an employer or an entrepreneur just wants to be the one thinking of the ideas or solutions for their company. They want employees that can think in their shoes also. So that's why it's important that we are borrowing ideas or competencies from the entrepreneurship space and putting it into employment also. So that's why it's important to call it entrepreneurial skills or competencies rather than entrepreneurship in particular. But of course, as I said, that can also lead to entrepreneurship if the graduate or the student or the candidate chooses to venture into that. So a clear break that we find between the supply, as I said, and the demand side of education versus the economy or versus what society is looking for is that first, there's about 5 of them actually that we've clearly identified, which is that learning without real problem, of course, or the user will lead to knowledge that is very theoretical and not practical, especially in the industry that they are preparing for. And then also projects that they do within the institutions that don't require, that don't have assessment or portfolio, it can lead to almost like a capability that cannot be really trusted because you need an evidence of production or what they have produced in order to show that really that learning has happened. Then the ideas that they produce within the universities or within their faculties also, sometimes without the right testing, especially with the supervision of mentors, it leads to no opportunity really in the real workplace. The next issue or gap that we've seen is that even those opportunities that may exist after graduation, if there is no finance, there is no government intervention or support, especially even maybe from the private sector also, involvement, it can lead to jobs and ventures that really don't last. And then finally, on the results side, of course, if the results doesn't have an authentic and accurate measurement of what they have produced, then really it's an evidence that really pretty much doesn't work. So as much as we are encouraging the integration of entrepreneurial thinking competencies within the education system, it's important that there's authentic evidence or ways of assessing those competencies in order to really know that those competencies have been achieved by the graduate when they are collecting that certificate upon graduation. So for the entrepreneurial thinking model, or ETM, as I call it, as far as competencies, there are like 6 dimensions that we try to make sure that it's authentic. We make sure that it's goal-oriented. We make sure that it can lead to something being built, meaning when we say competencies, it's not just knowledge that we are checking or that we are imputing. We're also thinking of skills, which is what they can do, and also we're thinking of attitude in terms of what they can be. Then the depth of learning also, we make sure that it's as deep as possible. And for this, to achieve this, we borrow from the Bloom's taxonomy that typically you see being applied at the K-12 level, which is not just important to recall information or knowledge, it's important to understand it, apply it, evaluate it, and also synthesize it and apply it as practical as possible. It's important also that whatever that the competencies are producing can be translated into the sectors and industries that the students or graduates are preparing for. Beyond this, it's important also that there's an action. And for us, the action is about thinking, creating, and selling the ideas that are being produced in the student and also in the university institutions. And then, of course, also at the end of it, also it needs to adapt and be proven to impact whatever the target goal is. So almost like it's important to connect the first and the last chain of the learning or the activities that the students do within their institutions. Now, of course, education needs to connect to industry, but industry also connects to economy. The best way to explain this or to understand this is to look at the 3 realms or the 3 domains of a student's life, or even any individual. Each of us here, we have a personal life, which is life about just us as individuals and our families. And then we have a professional life, of course, where we work either as employees or as entrepreneurs, and then within an organization. And then we have a public life, or life in public, or life of public interest, which is how we connect with society, how we impact government, and basically how we improve the geography that we exist in as a country, as a nation, as a continent, or even as a state. So it's important that when we are applying entrepreneurial thinking competencies, it must impact these three domains of a graduate. So it's almost like you're connecting the person, the graduate, to the organizations and industries that exist, plus to, by extension, the society or the economy or nation that they exist in. This connection is very important for entrepreneurial thinking or connection between quality education and decent work and economic growth to happen, really, from our observations. Then you will also see that we normally keep encouraging the fact that as much as students or graduates are trying to acquire entrepreneurial thinking skills within the tertiary institutions, there's something that has to be measured. For us, we found that the best way to measure it is to check on how valuable they are at the point of graduation, how influential they are, and how profitable they are. This we find is the kind of easiest metric to use. Of course, there are more detailed versions of how you check value, how you measure influence, and how you measure profitability also. But at the end of the day, what we want to see or what we have observed to be an indicator of success for these graduates in the tertiary institutions is that they are not just building value, influence, and profitability for themselves, but they're also helping their companies or their organizations to become as valuable, influential, and profitable. And even beyond this, actually, we've seen that the nations or the countries that they exist in and the governments, the contribution of those graduates is about also value, influence, and profitability, meaning if it's Malaysia and these students have graduated and they are working within the government or within the system of Malaysia, they are trying to help Malaysia become as valuable, influential, and profitable as possible compared to other nations around it. So for us, that's how we apply this. It's not tied to just them as themselves, but also to the organizations and their countries, of course. So, of course, I think I highlighted this earlier that it's not just about entrepreneurship, but it's also about entrepreneurial employment, which generally is called intrapreneurship, INTRA. And this, I think, is something that also personally I believe, and I've seen also within my experience that it does have a change in terms of problems of employment that exist. So in a way, it's not really that there is unemployment, but whatever causes that unemployment, really, it's about unemployability. And these days, to make a graduate as employable as possible, you must help them to become entrepreneurs, not just thinking as entrepreneurs, meaning they must be able to think of how they can come to an organization to make that organization become as VIP as possible, as valuable, influential, and profitable as possible. That gives them a good, I think, point of strength when they're applying for jobs or when they're even trying to get into interviews and stuff like that. So generally, from an institutional point of view, as I reach towards my conclusion now, it's important that tasks and activities within the institution, just like the university, are as authentic as possible. Competencies matter, of course, not just in terms of knowledge, but in terms of skills and attitude. We've found that many institutions or universities, they do kind of miss out on the attitude side. So it's not enough to just be knowledgeable and skilled. The attitude and character of that graduate or individual matters a lot. In fact, to a certain extent, it matters more than even the knowledge and the skill, because if you have the right attitude, you can acquire the right knowledge and skills. So it's a very good blend, I think, that we've seen even with the universities that we work with at the moment. Evidence needs to be as portable as possible or tangible as possible, of course, and then there needs to be a connected transition with the industry that the graduates are preparing for. And so the different players or stakeholders that need to come together, of course, the institutions, the universities, the educators, mentorship is very important also, which can be drawn from the industry. So a lot of university to companies or organizational and institutional partnerships will be important to make this really work. To a certain extent, government involvement also, but not too much, I think. Because I think they have a lot to handle. So private institutions, I think, are the best ways to reach as far as a partnership is concerned. Media is important, of course, because whatever they are producing as graduates or universities and students, they need to actually have platforms where they can showcase whatever they are producing to the market that they are targeting. Finance, of course, is important. It's an economic world that we live in. So as much as possible, financial institutions need to also come in to get involved in it. Lessons that we've learned most of what we have done through events that we do called TEAS, which we've been doing for the last 4 or 5 years, I think. Higher educational programs, which is with the universities, producing companies also where students and other entrepreneurs or even employees have a place to practice what they're learning has been important. And then also, of course, partnership as a private institution with universities also has been helpful a lot in not just learning from them, but they also learn from us from a practitioner's point of view. So this part is where I conclude, which is just to show some of the things that we've learned with one of the case studies, a university called GSU, Gombe State University. And this has been the right case study, I think, because from the time when we started working with them to this point now, in the last 4 years, we've seen so much transformation, not just in the university, but also in the students and even the educators and lecturers that exist in those universities. Almost like end to end, the university, the lecturers, and also the students now are thinking entrepreneurially as they are delving into academic activities within that ecosystem. And so among the students, we've seen a very high growth in terms of their learning. But also one of the most beautiful things that we've seen is that now they are not just learning totally academically, but they've seen how academics connect practically to the things that they want to produce and the things that they want to become in the future, regardless of industry, whether it's medicine, engineering, architecture, whatever it is that they are preparing for. They've now seen a more practical, but also a more commercialized version of what they are producing or what they are learning in the school system. I think
Yeah.
for us, moving forward now, about to land now, slide 17, is that as much as possible, ecosystems that produce entrepreneurial thinking, students, educators, and also universities or institutions or tertiary institutions, it must be digitized. And for us, that's also why we are trying to now engage with such parties to put them into our ecosystem. Our ecosystem is digitalized, but also is something that transitions beyond borders. So you find partnerships now, not just within Malaysia, for example, you find partnerships and collaborations with people in the UK, in the US, in Africa, and different parts of the world. So I will jump this slide so that I don't go beyond my time. And then, yeah, the main question, I think, is how would you, as a university, also now start producing your own ecosystem of entrepreneurial thinkers among your students, among your lecturers, and also among your partner universities? So with that, I'll land here and I'll say thank you. Hopefully, if there are any questions, I think I'll take it from the chat box, or if there's space here, I can take it in audio form. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Billo Tongo. It was very nice inputs you have provided us. And we have some question. Yeah, please, from audience.
You, sorry, Bello Tongo, right? Am I pronouncing right?
Yes, correct.
How are you,
Thank
sir? I am amazed
good.
with your startup, as we just and everything. I'm amazed with your startup, all right? So the vision is good. The vision is good and it's more systematic, we would say. All right. But I have a practical question. Okay. Practical means, you see, entrepreneurship, right? For a common man,
Yeah.
Entrepreneurship meaning you do a business. For example, we take business, all right? So in the intention of earning more, all right?
Yes.
Earning more. As entrepreneurs, we see throughout history, we look from European history, up to even the industrial revolution in the British era, etc., right? The rich getting rich, poor getting poor, the boss, employee, and everything. Okay, that's fine. But what I'm trying to say here is, in reality, in reality. I mean, even though we have employee, we work in an environment, right? Environment in a working environment. And yep, we can instill these entrepreneurship skills or knowledge to the employee, right? Yes. But in the end, what they take home, what they take home, despite all these jobs and everything, is the very same salary. Okay, very same salary. Salary, right? Salary means they are paid monthly remunerations, stipend or something like that. But that's the challenges. What I'm saying, that is the main challenges, because you see, I've talked to many students. Being a student life is different, because when we are student, we have freedom. We call ourselves as freedom thinkers, right? But the moment you have your family, then you have your own children, all right? Okay, and when the both husband and parents, they have to commit to a job. So whether they like it or not, they have to commit to a job because of the children. Children are going up education, and right now with the economic crisis and the issues going in the Middle East, right? The hormones, hormone trade and all this global energy crisis, right? And people are getting unemployment everywhere, right? Salary has been deducted, people retrenchments everywhere, right? We have seen, Amazon are retrenching people, TikTok are retrenching people, all this part, right? But see, these are the founders who initially promote this entrepreneurship. But in reality, I'm just giving some opinion. You have no knowledge on this. I'm just asking from a third person view. So it's like, because in the end, you see, these are the things that we need to handle, right? Because yes, I'm feel like an entrepreneurship because I have this skill and that and this. But am I really an entrepreneur? Because in the end, my benchmark is fixed to my salary. All right. So I think, yeah, you can maybe give me some point. I think you have encountered this before. Just give me, well, how do you tackle this? That's my opinion. That's all. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so for the ones that are, I think the ones that are already in employment, but they want to venture into entrepreneurship, I think just to clarify, are those the ones you are referring to?
Not to venture in entrepreneurship, but like you say, even though we're in employment, we still need to build these entrepreneurship skills, right?
Yeah.
Because
Okay.
when we do this, the profit, whatever we are doing the profit to the company they work, right? Private institution, for example, right? But in the end, it's just a cycle. Okay, it's just a cycle where, if you look at history of international relations and how it goes, right? There's always two division of people. That's my opinion. I'm sorry. Either you are an employer or you're being employed. These are the main. I think Karl Marx have put it this very clearly, right? So out of from all this good work, systematic work, these are the challenges I'm saying, because this direct to the very basic of human nature.
Yeah.
Right. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. I think, even I think I'm trying to remember, there was it 2 or 3 years ago, there was also an organization where we were training basically their own staff to be entrepreneurial thinkers. And one of the issues that I think in fact, a staff among they raised the issue, they said, look, even if I am being an entrepreneurial thinker and I'm helping this company to be as VIP as possible, as valuable, influential, and profitable as possible, even as an entrepreneur, it's not going to affect my life. They're not going to really improve my salary or anything. I'll still be a common staff, So unfortunately, there is that culture that exists. Depends on the organization or the employer that you are with, actually. I think
almost all employer would like to get a minimum salary with maximum work. That is a very common nature of our capitalist system.
Exactly. Yeah.
We cannot find an employer who's willing to share the company's profit, unless for banking they give a bonus or something like that. But apart from that, there are very, very few industries that's willing to share the profit to the workers. I think this is the downside of a capitalist system, we call.
Certainly. I agree. And I think even at the government level, if you are having citizens that are being as productive as possible for your economy, you kind of should value them better or more, actually. So the same thing that happens at the organizational level, is we're seeing it as an issue at the public level or at the governmental level. And I think that's the kind of work that needs to continue.
Yes,
Today, we need
sorry for interruption. Already we have
Okay,
taken
okay, sorry, yeah.
extensive
Okay,
time.
yeah.
Other presenters are waiting. Really,
Okay,
it was very fruitful dialogues. Thank you
Yeah.
very much and see you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very
Thank
much. Okay. Yeah.
you. You can log out, sir. Thank you. Yes. Maxine, are you ready?
Yes, yes, I'm here. I'm here.
Oh, thank you.
Thank
Can you
you.
start sharing your presentation and start your, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, yes. Audio, visual, storyboard. Yeah, please, you can continue. But very good discussion. Atika, at lunch. Yeah, please have a seat now. Please unmute. Unmute yourself.
Sorry.
No problem.
Okay.
Yes, okay, now very much audible. Please continue.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ma Xingyue, a PhD student from Lincoln University College, Malaysia. Today, I will present my research titled AI-Assisted Outcome-Based Reform of Audiovisual and Storyboard Design Education, Digital and Social Transformation through AI-Supported OBE. This study explores how artificial intelligence can support the transformation of creative education through an outcome-based education framework. Artificial intelligence is rapidly changing creative industries, including audiovisual production, animation, and digital media. Future creative professionals need not only technical skills, but also the ability to adapt to new technologies, develop creative ideas, and construct visual narratives. However, traditional audiovisual education still faces a gap between classroom learning and industry expectations. Therefore, this study argues that effective educational transformation requires three connected elements: clear learning outcomes, AI supported creative practice, and industry based evaluation. The reform is motivated by three major challenges. First, traditional courses often focuses on knowledge transmission rather than practical competencies. Second, students may understand the theories but experience difficulties transforming ideas into professional creative outputs. Third, course evaluation may not fully represent industry expectations. To address these challenges, this research proposes an AI-assisted OBE reform model integrating curriculum design, creative practice, and industry evaluation. Okay, this study focuses on 3 research questions. First, how can OBE reconstruct audiovisual storyboard curriculum? Second, how can AI support creative ideation and visual narrative development? Third, how can industry collaboration enhance professional competency? The framework combines 4 perspectives. The first perspective is the outcome-based education framework. OBE emphasizes that education should begin with clearly defined outcomes. Therefore, this study focuses on identifying expected competencies first, and then designing appropriate learning tasks and assessment methods. The second perspective is a reverse instructional decision. Instead of starting from teaching content, this approach begins with the final competencies that students should achieve, and then works backward to develop learning activities. The third perspective is AI-assisted creative learning. In this study, AI is considered as a learning scaffold that supports students in ideation, visualization, and formative revision. The fourth perspective is industry education integration. This perspective introduces authentic professional standards into education by allowing industry evaluation to validate students' competencies. Based on these 4 perspectives, the design principle of this research can be summarized as outcomes lead to tasks. Tasks are supported by AI scaffolds. Industry evaluation provides validation, and evidence demonstrates students' growth. Methodologically, this study adopts a mixed methods action research approach. The participants include an experimental group of 29 students and a cultural group of 32 students. Data were collected through questionnaires, competency assessment, enterprise mentor evaluations, and interviews. The research followed iterative cycles of curriculum improvement, project practice, and evaluation. The proposed AI-assisted OBE framework contains 7 stages: understanding industry needs, defining learning outcomes, reconstructing curriculum, integrating AI-supported learning, implementing authentic projects, conducting dynamic evaluation, and achieving competency growth. Within storyboard design practice, AI supports 4 major stages: concept generation, script optimization, storyboard visualization, and feedback revision. According to the data presented in this study, AI usage value was reported at 86% for concept generation, 96% for script optimization, 100% for storyboard visualization, and 98% for feedback and revision. This result shows that AI can effectively support the creative process while maintaining the importance of human creativity. Now I will present the research findings. First, student competencies improved after the reform. Storyboard design increased from 5 to 8. Visual narrative increased from 6 to 8. Creative problem solving increased from 4 to 7. industry task completion increased from 4 to 9. These results indicate that AI-supported project learning helped students transform ideas into instructors' professional outputs. However, teamwork and role distribution still require further improvement. Second, industry validation showed stronger alignment with professional expectations. Industry alignment increased from 60% before reform to 85% after reform. Enterprise evaluation showed professional skills at 89%, communication at 91%, project execution at 96%, and creativity at 92%. This demonstrates that industry participation provides valuable external standards for evaluating students' competency. Third, learning outcomes were transformed. Completed works increased from 76% to 97%. Excellent works increased from 43% to 76%. Enterprise adopting increased from 19% to 45%. This shows that students were not only completing assignments, but also producing creative works with professional value. In conclusion, this study contributes three major innovations. First, OBE-driven curriculum reconstruction recognizes teaching around measurable, creative, and professional outcomes. Second, AI-supported creative cognition uses AI as a learning scaffold for ideation, visualization, and revision. Third, dynamic industry-based evaluation improves validity and relevance of learning outcomes. The key message is that AI should not replace human creativity. Instead, AI should enhance students' creative thinking, decision-making, and professional abilities. Looking ahead, this research identifies several possible directions for future development. First, ethical AI authorship needs further attention. Second, longitudinal checking should be conducted. Third, the framework can be transferred to other creative disciplines. Thank you very much for your attention.
Yeah, thank you, Measi and Nue.
Yes.
Very nicely presented your creativity and involvement of AI to enhance, to impart knowledge in creative education, audio visual, as well as storyboarding, right? Very nice. So what is the current status of your country's government, whether they wanted to adopt AI more into this education system, or they wanted to supporting that human activity, or also enhancing the teachers to train AI related skill sets? So what is the government support in this context in your country now?
Yes. Our country needs more creativity in classrooms, so requires our teacher use the AI in our class and contact with students on make the short video and study. Yes.
Okay. Any other question from audience? No question. Thank you very much,
Thank
Mas.
you. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, you can log off. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, you can log.
Okay, we go to the next presenter, Wu Jiawei.
Hello.
Hi. Can you turn up your video?
Yeah. Hello.
Hello. Okay, please start, introduce yourself and continue.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello. Hello, Professor. Okay. Good morning, afternoon. My name is Wu Jiawei. I come from Jiangxi University of Applied Science in China. I'm very happy to here in Malaysia. Today, I will talk about AI and design education. My question is simple. In the AI era, how can we keep human creativity strong? My study is based on 1 year of real teaching at my university. Okay, let's start with the introduction. Today, AI can make images, 3D models, and videos. From simple text, we call the AIGC. It is changing creative work in Asia very fast. In design, AI now does more of the handwork, so designers spend more time on ideas and playing. This brings a big question for designer education. How can we use AI and still keep human creativity and culture strong? A strong society needs both. To answer this, I studied my own classroom for 1 year. Okay, next, the scope of study. My study use AI to rebuild our design process. I test the new plan in real classes. It adds to what we know in 3 words. First, it gives a clear word of thinking. We call the digital media thinks. It puts AI into the courses in the connected way, not one course at a time. Second, it gives a 3-level course model. All other applied university can copy it. Third, it shows how AI can help protect all the culture. Students, teachers, universities, and the creative industry in Asia can all benefit. Here is a short literature review. Recent studies give a background for my work. First, studies say AIGC is changing design courses. They ask schools to reform. Second, studies show digital toys and are changing how and what we teach. Third, recent work supposed linking separate courses into one flow. Fourth, studies ask practical job ready skills. All of these suppose my plan, AI drive connect and hands-on redesign of the courses. Before my study, I found the 3 gaps. I saw them in my own courses and in other studies too. The first gap is flat thinking. Students mostly learn 2D work like poster. They are weak in 3D and video. The second gap is broken AI use. Some courses use AI alone, but no shared plane link AI across all the courses. The third gap is high skill way. Software like Blender is hard, so class time goes to buttons, no to ideas. My study is built to close these 3 gaps at the same time. This leads to my objective and the question. I have 3 goals. First, to build the digital media things plane. and use AI to rebuild the courses. Second, to design and test a 3-level AI courses graph in real teaching. Third, to measure the effect on students' creativity, cross-media skills, and cultural work. My questions are the same three. How can digital media safeguard AI across the courses? Doesn't the new course graph really make students more creative? And how do we keep human judgment at the center when we use AI? Another theory. My core idea is digital things. It has 3 parts. Part 1, cross media. One idea can move freely from the 2D images to a 3D model to a video. Part 2, more dimensions design at a time through video and space through 3D. Part 3, interaction students design for how people feel and respond. Now, not just how it looks. And this idea, AI plays 3 roles. It is a translate from words to the images. It is a connect, link 2D, 3D, and the video. This is the key point, and this multiply doing the slow work fast. 好，this became my capture framework, a 3-level AI course graph. It follows one simple rule: lower the skill and raise the creative ceiling. Level 1 is the best in the design, best and graphic design. Students learn to write to parent from text to images. Level 2 is core skill, Blender for 3D and Premiere Pro for video. Students move from 2D to 3D, from still to moving. Level 3 is parties in best brain design. Students to do a free project from idea to 3D character to brain video. AI takes over the slow, repeated step, so students have more time for creative think. Now the findings, I tested the plan into core courses and one final project in the Blender 3D courses. AI cut a 3D project from 8 to 10 class hour down to 4 to 6. Texture quality went up 15%. Space design went up 12% in the video courses. Students changed from editor to director. Storytelling went up to 18%. Pacing went up 14%. State consistency went up to 16%. In the final project, students give new life to Shanghai Jin creatures and old ceramic art. They used AI images, then 3D models, then a short brand frame. The scores went up about 12%, how then the cultural graph. To stop student learning on AI too much, our grading rewards these brand records and the own test. Okay, here you can see really student work from the Blender courses. On the left in the traditional result, a simple bird, flat colors, low detail. On the right in the AI assisted result, it is a same student team, but with rich detail and better texture. The students still made every design choice. This shows the video courses. Step by step, first the AI makes the storyboard images. Then students edit the shots in Premiere Pro. On the right, you can see frames from the final film. AI gives the picture. Students build the story. And this is a cultural project. Is a 4-step from the AI concept to a 3D character to a motion scenes and finally a short brand frame. This team turned an old Chinese story into a modern digital work. So my conclusion, digital media thinks is a clear and workable way to rebuild design education for the AI era. AI doesn't replace students, it helps them to make more things in more form, but then still control the ideas. Good grading also matters when we grade the process and the human judgment. We protect creativity. We also stop students from learning on AI too much. And this model helps culture too. It helps young people give old Asia culture a new digital life. In short, this is a simple human-centered path. It is one way the humanities can help build a sustainable society. That's all from me. Thank you very much. Listen.
Thank you, YJ, for your time. But we have a few questions from Mr. Mani. No, Dr. Ajmira.
Uziave. Thank
Hello,
you very
Sarah.
much for your presentation, and you explained the transformation of the conventional creative teaching to AI-based teaching, right? And being a creative teacher, what is your experience of as a conventional teacher, and after adopting the AI technology, how do you feel? Whether is comfortable or something making you panic about your profession and life?
Okay, I think technology is very fast.
Okay.
I not.
So being a creative teacher, when you adapting the new transformation to the technology, are you comfortable learning and teaching?
Yes, comfortable.
Comfortable.
I like AIGC technology
Okay.
and teaching teacher and as a teaching student.
Okay.
I know the students. This technology is very need.
And students also show a lot of interest, right? In creative classes.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor.
Yeah. You can log off. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all. Thank you. Bye.
Okay. OJK. Okay. Thank you, YJ. Okay, we go to the next presenter, Wali Sarange. Wali. Wali number 1. Wali number 2. No. Okay, we go to the next one is Amal Bashir Al-Johani. Amal Bashir. Semua dah tak ada. Enola.
If nobody is responding, call there, no?
Enola 1, Enola 2, Enola 3. Okay, bye-bye. We go to the Charu Lata. Charu Lata. So, the last one is Ajona. Ajona.
Now we can play the game.
A. Arjuna, please. Oh, dia printed in the conference. Okay, the last one is this one. Wali. Wali Nitya. Oh, Nitya. Nitya? Nit Video. We waiting for video. Video friends. Tyson, video tak ada ke? Ni video. Nitya mana? Tyson. Nama Nitya ada? Nitya punya tu. Tak ada, dia tak ada. Tapi you boleh call dia tak?
I'm Shah Zafiri, nurse staff in KKGH in حفر الباطن hospital. Master degree in nursing, leadership and management. Today, I will discuss the impact of resource development and the success of nursing-led clinic. The outline, introduction, and background, the aim of the study, type of resource, nursing-led clinic, impact of the clinical and operational outcome, the key application, challenges, and ethical issue, purpose and strategy, case study finding, and conclusion recommendation. In background, nursing-led clinic play a vital role in health care by providing accessible and cost-effectiveness service, but their success depend on resource availability. Nursing-led clinical essential in modern health system. They provide patient-centered cost effectiveness and preventive care. Initially, nursing-led clinic faced limitation due to poor funding and limited resource. Recent advancement in resource development improve their performance. Resource development include financial, human, technology, and policy support. The aim of this study, the aim is evaluate how resource development improve clinical outcome, patient satisfaction, cost effectiveness, operational efficiency, and workforce performance. Evaluating the role resource develop and improve nursing-led clinic success. The type of resource, financial resource, human resource, technology, and policy support. And financial resource finding, grant and investment program. Human resource training, education, and workforce development. Policy support, regulation, and scope of practice, law, and governance. Technology resource, EHR system, T-health, and digital tools. Impact of outcome, improve resource lead to better patient outcome, reducing readmission and enhancing chronic disease management. Impact on operational effectiveness, the reduce waiting time, improve workflow, and increase overall productivity. Reduce the patient waiting time up to 40% with telehealth, improve workflow, and reduce resource allocation, increase clinical productivity and performance, better decision making using data and digital tools, enhance service accessible, especially in rural areas. Improved resource lead to better patient outcome. Operational impact, the reduce waiting time, improve workflow, and increase overall predictability. Challenges include unequal resource distribution, shortage, limited technology, and policy barrier. Ethical issue, data privacy concern with digital health system, unequal access to healthcare resource, risk of workforce, exploration, lack of fairness and resource allocation, need for transparent governance framework. The strategy include fair funding, a training program, digital tools, and improved governance. The case study, community health innovator network example, improve clinical capacity and service delivery, reduce health barrier among patients, achieve cost saving and better efficiency, demonstrate important and integrity resource development. In conclusion, resource development is essential for the success of nursing-led clinical and improve healthcare outcome. Thank you.
Thank you. We go to the next video, please.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for having me. My name is Humayyan Abdullah Faleh, and today I will presenting our RCT on the effect of the open, closed, and combined kinetic chain knee extensor training on disability with adults of a chronic non-specific low back pain. Background, non-specific low back pain is one of the most common health problems world, and its impact goes well beyond pain itself. It affects daily activities, work capacity, and overall quality of the life. Lower limb kinetic chain training has been proposed as an addition to standard lumbar exercise programs, but its actual effect on disability outcome has not been well established. That gap is what motivated of our study. Objective of the study to compare effect of the open kinetic chain and the closed kinetic chain, also combined of the open and closed kinetic chain knee extensor training on the functional disability among patients with non-specific low back pain. Here, methods of the study. We conducted a 4-arm parallel groups RCT with 128 adults aged from 40 to 60 years of the both genders, all diagnosed with non-specific low back pain. Participants were assigned to one of the 4 groups, control groups, just receiving lumbar exercise only, and second group is open kinetic chain group, and the third group is closed kinetic chain groups, and the fourth group is combined group. All intervention group received the lumbar exercise plus the assigned training. Functional disability was measured using the Arabic version of the Uswerti Disability Index at baseline, also in the 4th weeks and also in the 8 weeks. After end of the sessions, we analyzed the data using mixed design repeated measures ANOVA with the greenhouse gases correction and Bonferroni post hoc comparison. Also, here the finding of the study and result. All 4 groups showed statistical significant and all groups demonstrating significant reduction in ODI score over time. Significant group by time interaction was observed. The combined group achieved the greatest reduction in disability and was significantly superior to all other groups. Conclusion, combined open kinetic chain and closed kinetic chain training when added the lumbar stabilization exercise produced significant greater reduction in the function disability than a single mode kinetic chain training on the lumbar exercise alone. A single mode of open kinetic chain and closed training did not produce a disability outcome distinguished for lumbar exercise alone at the group level. Here are the references of the study. Thank you and have a good day. Good morning. Thank you for you having me. My name is Al-Humayyan Abdullah Faleh, and today I will presenting a narrative review on biomechanical links between knee posture, knee strength, and low back pain. We will talk here about background. Low back pain is one of the leading causes of disability worldwide, and it is increasingly recognized as multifactorial condition shaped by interaction among the lumbar spine, pelvis, and hip, knees, and distal lower limbs. While traditionally managed purely as a spinal disorder, biomechanical factors at the knee post
Next presenter, please.
Whoever is available, like you call that.
Who haven't present yet, please. No. No.
Nazia? She has presented. She has presented.
Sir, I have presented. I'm just sitting and listening to everybody's presentation.
Oh, that's very nice. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's so nice to have different point of view from everyone. So I'm just listening.
I am Abdulaziz Zaidani, a PhD candidate in physiotherapy, semester 5. I present to you my research paper, which part of my thesis,
Okay.
entitled Shoulder Pain and Muscle Strength in Normal Weight Various Saudi School Age Children, a cross-sectional comparative study. First of all, background.
I can't see a presentation. I can't
Vertical
see his
public-
presentation.
Assalamu alaikum, here Tahani Tafiri, PhD student in nursing. Today, inshallah, I will discuss with you the impact of machine learning on workforce management. In background, the workforce management has traditionally relied on manual planning and human judgment. These traditional approach are often time consuming and prone of efficiency. Machine learning introduced data driven decision making into HR process. Organization now
Good morning, everyone. My name is Susan Khatib, PhD Philosophy in Nursing. Today, I will present my topic is about knowledge and awareness of first aid among general public in Saudi Arabia. First aid is important part of community safety because it provide immediate assistance before
all background, childhood obesity, critical public health challenge, frequently resulting musculoskeletal impairment such as pain and muscle weakness and reduced functional capacity. However, there is a relationship between obesity and shoulder pain and muscle strength among Saudi school age children. Objective: to evaluate and compare shoulder pain and localized muscle strength between normal weight and overweight and obese Saudi children. Method: a cross-section observational comparative investigation was conducted involving 432 Saudi students aged 6 to 18 years. Category into three group equal: normal weight 144, overweight 144, obese 144, level of school primary school age 6 to 11 years, middle school 12 to 15 years, secondary school 16 to 18 years. The shoulder pain intensity was measured by numeric pain rating scale, and isometric shoulder muscle strength was measured by handheld dynamometer. Data was analysis using descriptive statistics, MANOVA and Bayesian correlation analysis, and Ban-Forney hook test. Finding or results: statistically significant variation in shoulder pain across body mass index category. Furthermore, body mass index significant infers correlation with both shoulder strength and increased body mass index association with poor upper limb musculoskeletal function. Conclusion: the findings demonstrate a strong association between pediatric obesity, shoulder pain, and muscle weakness among Saudi school children. Early diagnosis very important, prevent complication in future. And childhood obesity severity compromises upper limb function. Weight loss advice alone is not enough. Clinical care must include early physical therapy, focus in target shoulder strengthening and posture correction. Reference. Thank you very much for listening.
Hello everyone and welcome. My name is Fahad Suleiman Abdiabi, a PhD researcher in nursing at Lincoln University College. Today it's absolute privilege to present my research, which addresses a critical intersection in modern healthcare, introducing a structure, a human in the loop safety framework for AI-assisted medication review among staff nurses in public hospital across Taif City in Saudi Arabia. To understand the motivation behind this study, we first need to look at the current clinical landscape and why this framework is urgently needed. As we know, AI holds incredible potential to support medication review by highlighting possible discrepancies, duplicated therapy and drug-to-drug interaction, and dose considering and high alert medication. However, we must recognize that AI-generated output can sometimes be incomplete and inaccurate or entirely unstable clinical if they are accepted blindly without verification. This challenge hits close to the home for our staff nurses, who stand directly on the front lines managing medication and administration and continuous patient monitoring and discharge teaching and the early recognizing of the adverse event. Therefore, safe technology integrating require a robust and structured process that ensures professional judgment and full accountability firmly within the healthcare team. Recognizing this operational gap leads directly to the formulation of our primary study objectives and developing approach. Our core objectives was to design a practical and reliable safety framework specifically tailored for the staff nursing working in the medical ward and surgical ward and intensive care units across major public facilitated in Taif, such as the King Faisal Medical Complex and King Abdulaziz Specialist Hospital. To ensure absolute safety during the planning training program development, our approach establishes strict operational boundaries. AI is positioned strictly as a controlled and supportive tool that generates review prompts. It's a never autonomous decision making, and crucially, it is completely disconnected from live patient record to maintain privacy and data security. The foundational philosophy paves the way for the core of our research, this six-stage safely pathway. The purposed framework guides the nursing through the six linkages. Sequentially stages in stage 1, the nurses gather and review comprehensive patient and medication information, including the active medication list and primary diagnosis, allergy, lab finding, and clinical history. In stage 2, the AI tool generates a review prompts flagging and any potentially discrepancy and duplication or any high alert risk. Then comes the critical safety guard in the stage 3. Independent nursing verification here, the nursing actively and independently compares the AI output against the official medication chart, the patient immediately bedside condition, recent laboratory data, and institutional hospital policies. Once that rigorous verification is successfully completed, the workflow transition into the action and decision making. Moving forward, stage 4 through 6 translate analytical insight into the safe clinical outcome. In stage 4, professional clinical judgment is applied to classify the finding as true clinical risk. An uncoordinating finding require further investigation or non-relevant alert in stage 5. Clinically important consider are effectively communicated as escalated to the override a team leader, whether that in the physician, clinical pharmacist, senior nurse, or medication safety team. Finally, in the stage 6, the enter verification process, the specific action taken, and the final clinical decision are formally documented to support institutional learning and quality audit. Throughout all the stages, human accountability, strict adherence to the hospital policy, and uncompromised patient safety remaining our guideline pillars. To warm up, let's examine what the structural step mean for this border future of the nursing practice. In summary, the framework offers the structure and reliable method for the integrating AI into the daily practice while preserving human verification and professional accountability. It provides a solid foundation for simulation-based education, competency assessment, and institutional governance. Furthermore, by mandating verification before escalation, it actively mitigates automation based and strings risk communication. The ultimate take-home message of the research is clear. AI can significantly improve the effectiveness and consistency, but safe use dependent entirely on the clear verification and escalation and documentation, ensuring that nursing and healthcare team remain the final clinical decision making. Thank you for very much for your time and attention, and I look forward to your question.
Thank you for participation. Dr. Shanas will give a conclusion. I'm doing it. This stage here. No, we can make it here. Right. Is it really close? Totally no. So I will close officially. We can ask Dr. Bexy to come in. Please ask Dr. Bexy to come in. Right. Too tall. I'm too tall for this, Right. Okay. Right. Otherwise, we cannot sleep at night. But the irony is, when opening them, a lot of people, closing just us.
Yeah, that's how it should be.
Right. So like here. Come, come.
When you're taking the photo, don't cover the
Right.
cover the understood. So you understood now.
Okay. That's fast.
Now. Yes, come with it. Come.
Come, Tyson, come. Officially, we are the staff of social science. Tyson, come. Azrul, come on in. Come, sit here, sit here.
No photo. Photo leave. No, come see. No. Second, come out. You're taking photo, right? Yeah. Come out. Thanks. Come.
You sit there.
Take the second level. Only first.
That's the first level.
No, don't show. Zoom it.
Zoom it.
Big nose. Go, you come sit here. Why you?
Right.
Okay.
No.
Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Wait. Good. Get. Anyone have Apple phone? Apple. Ah, Tyson got Apple. We can. It's okay.
So
Right.
cannot capture on the pass.
Lani sini.
Come, sit here. Okay, maybe take chapter. Okay.
Don't
Anna, come this side. Sit.
see professional cameraman coming. Tada, tengah. No. Office.
We stand.
Yeah.
Stand. Yeah.
Stand at the back. Just stand at the back. Come.
நாம எங்க அதிகமா ஓட தெரியல நான் ஓல்டு பீப்புள் முன்னால the youngsters அப்படி இருந்தா நல்லா முன்னாடி பக்கத்துல உட்கார்ந்து எல்லாம் Okay, I want to talk for one.
Tak payahlah. Ada kamera sini? Whose one? Whose camera is this? Oh, Lincoln. One more camera. Yours. Okay, do not leave it here. Right. I'm saying, but we cannot get it right.